Exhilarating sports talk coming up next on The Doug Stewart Show in about 2 minutes. Stay tuned. We're about to have some fun. That's right. Sports talk, guy talk, right here on The Doug Stewart Show. Show coming up in about a minute and a half. Hold on. You have entered a no puppet zone. That's right, no puppetry around here. The Doug Stewart Show coming up in about 1 minute. The realest, treeless, most unfiltered sports and guy talk show in America. The Doug Stewart Show coming up in about 30 seconds. Yes!
Play this record as frequently as possible.
The Doug Stewart Show
is the best in the world as far as I'm concerned.
This is sports talk for the people. The Doug Stewart Show. It's like the tail wagging the dog. They create the narrative. Don't believe it. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Or are you not entertained? This is sports talk with hot sauce. Texas Pete hot sauce. The Doug Stewart Show. Yeah! Welcome to the Doug Stewart Show. Yes, sir. What's happening? This is a Throwback Thursday, and oh boy, we got a great show for you as we do every single day. Yes. Thank you for joining your boy, man. Shouts out to all of the Stewies. Good morning to all of the Stewies. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Bring that beat back one more time, Cassidy. Bring it back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Feeling good, feeling great. How about you? Yes, sir. All right, welcome to the Doug Stewart Show. This is a Throwback Thursday, man. We're going to have so much fun today. I can't even start to explain to you. Oh, boy. We are going to have so much fun. The Doug Stewart Show is brought to you by ID Life. What is ID Life, man? ID Life is individualized nutrition. That's right. If you want to get healthier in 2016, man, and find out about products specifically engineered for you, no one else, just you, go to thedougstewartshow.idlife.com. That's thedougstewartshow.idlife.com. Take the free assessment and take advantage of the great health and wellness products for ID Life, as well as the business opportunity. Once again, that's the DougStewartShow.idlife.com. All right, so January 25th, 2016, or February 25th, 2016, Throwback Thursday today. We're going to pay homage to just a couple of years ago, man, 2014 in music. We'll talk about some of the major events back in 2014 as well. We'll do that on today's show. Have a little fun with that on a Throwback Thursday, which we did invent. That's right, the Two Live Stews did invent Throwback Thursday. We're not going to do a Boiled Peanuts Award today. So what we'll do next week is, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show. What we'll do next week is we'll combine this week and the following week in the Boiled Peanuts Award. The Boiled Peanuts Award, if you're new to the Doug Stewart Show, it is an award that we give out to the Buster of the Week. All right, so it could be sports, entertainment, but we give it out to the Buster of the Week. We actually call it the Stacey Dash Boiled Peanuts Award. And I got some suggestions. That we change it to the Stacey Dash / Jason Whitlock Boiled Peanuts Award. And that's perfect. I think we'll do that. So next week, we'll give out the Boiled Peanuts Award on next Friday, encompassing this week and the following week to come. Don't forget, tomorrow, no show. And this is for everybody that listens to the Doug Stewart Show and has listened, and I mentioned it on yesterday. No show tomorrow. I'm traveling. I got to go see a man about a horse. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll be back on Monday. It's going to be okay. So no show tomorrow on the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network, but we will be back live and direct on Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Stewart Media and Entertainment. Speaking of SME, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show, today, the Barbershop Sports Talk Podcast returns. Yeah, my man Trey and Maestro bringing you hot sports opinions, man. They're going to talk NFL retirement, suspensions. They're going to give shots out to my man Damian Lillard and Anthony Davis and their views on Jason Whitlock and Sean King. All right, so immediately following my show today at 12 noon Eastern Time, right here on the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network, check out the Sports Talk Podcast, all right? The Sports Talk Barbershop Podcast right here on SME. And then at around 1:30 p.m. today, The Grizz returns. Yeah. My man Rashad Grismore, South Central's finest. He's going to talk about Kurt Rambis. He wants to talk about Mike Krzyzewski, the Duke head coach, Tony Romo, Floyd Mayweather Jr., a little boxing stuff. So all of that stuff is coming on today at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on SME. The Grizz returns to the network. Yes, sir. Shouts out to my man Kesey yesterday for the Kicking It With Kesey show. Great stuff. If you didn't hear Kesey's show on yesterday, man, go to the StewartMediaAndEntertainment.com and check out any of our other show hosts and shows here on the network. Check out any of their episodes that they've done in the past. All right there at StewartMediaAndEntertainment.com. All right. If you're new to the Doug Stewart Show, man, first of all, thank you for tuning in. Yes, sir. Sports talk, hot sauce, guy talk, all of that great things that go on around here on the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network. All right, so a couple things you need to do. You need to follow the show on Spreaker.com. Go to Spreaker.com, find the Doug Stewart Show in the little search bar, and then follow it. Hit the follow button so whenever this show or any other show goes live, you will be alerted. And then you need to jump into the chat room. Okay, there's a little chat bubble. You click on that, and then you enter into a whole new world of sports and guide chat. I call it the fantasy island of sports and guide chat. And its inhabitants are my peoples, are my family. The inhabitants are the Stewies. Yes! Good morning, Stewies. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, so we talk sports, guy talk around here. We do top fives. We do Dougie Dailies. Once again, we pay tribute to birthdays. We got a real good birthday today. I'm going to give you a heads up on it in a minute, but we have a very interesting birthday today to talk about one of my all-time favorites. But we'll also talk about Steph Curry. We'll also talk about an old dude hating, a lot of people would say. Yeah. We'll also talk about the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry. Actually, they get a big win on last night. We'll talk about that a little bit. Tennessee. The Tennessee Volunteers, man, and Butch Jones knee-deep in ish. Yeah, got to talk about them. What else are we going to get into today? A young man makes an adult decision. Of course, Colin Kaepernick is going to be the quarterback of the 49ers. And is Tiger Woods back? Huh? Probably not. Probably not. But we'll talk a little bit about Tiger Woods today on the show. Listen, I talked about the chat room, but the easy way to be totally interactive, once again, is the chat room. But you can also call the show at 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. Trust me on this. If you're new to the show, we have more fun around here than you can shake a stick at. I don't know the exact meaning of that whole phrase, but they used to say it in the country when I was growing up. And evidently it's a lot. It's a lot, okay? So 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. Last night, Steph Curry, man, just does what Steph Curry does. The Warriors get a huge win, and the man continues to just dominate on the floor. Saw an interesting, or listened to and watched, I guess, an interesting interview this morning on the Mike and Mike show on the Puppet Factory. The Puppet Factory, if you're new to the show, is ESPN. And so they did an interview with Oscar Robertson. And when I tell you Oscar Robertson just straight doo-dooed on the NBA, its coaches, its players. When I tell you old school Oscar Robertson said, "Get the hell off my lawn," he did. Believe me on that, okay? But I want to talk a little bit about that. And I also want to talk a little bit about the game last night between the Golden State Warriors. They get a big win last night. But I want to get to that, man, give you my thoughts on it. We'll obviously talk about Butch Jones and all of the hoopla surrounding the Tennessee volunteer program. All of that stuff today, man. It's great birthdays to talk about once again. And then we got the Grizz and the Barbershop Sports Talk podcast coming up a little bit later. Man, we got a lot to do today. All right? So sit back, relax, and hold on. When we get back, we'll talk Golden State Warriors, Steph Curry, and a mean, grumpy old curmudgeon of a man, Oscar Robertson. Don't boo Oscar Robertson. Don't do it. Don't go away. This is The Doug Stewart Show. What is ID Life? Well, over the last 18 years, a group of scientists and doctors have been working on the development of a one-of-a-kind nutritional supplement program that takes all the guesswork out of what you need and delivers your truly personalized pharmaceutical-grade nutrition with your name on it directly to your door. Through the integration of thousands of medical and scientific studies, answers you provide to the free assessment, and more than 5,470 algorithms that process the data, ID Nutrition recommends what you need, leaves out what you don't, and blocks things known to the system to have possible adverse effects based on the answers you provide. The result is a program that is revolutionizing the health and wellness industry. Welcome to ID Life. For more information, just go to thedougstewartshow.idlife.com. That's thedougstewartshow.idlife.com. Do you have your own radio show? Are you an artist or a DJ? BB Mobile Apps is the solution for you. They specialize in creating mobile apps for entertainers. That's right. You can have your own mobile app where your followers can hear your shows or music, watch your videos, and view all your social networks in one place. You can even make money with banner ads and send push notifications directly to your audience to make sure they get your messages. Everyone has their phones on them, right? A mobile app will add credibility to your brand because your content will be accessible to them while they're on the go. BV Mobile Apps also makes apps for bloggers, actors, and producers. The process only takes about 20 minutes. Just go to bvmobileapps.com and click Get Started Now. That's bvmobileapps.com and tell them the Doug Stewart Show sent you.
At Ticket Liquidator, we believe you should have access to the experiences you want to be a part of. Since 2003, Ticket Liquidator has been connecting buyers and sellers with the most sought-after and often sold-out events across the country. Ticket Liquidator's nationwide network gives you access to one of the largest online inventories of sports, theater, and concert tickets with prices lower than most companies in other markets. And our security policies are solid, so you can buy with absolute confidence. More tickets, better service, and lower prices, so you can witness the best entertainment, culture, and sports events worldwide. At Ticket Liquidator, we know that seeing a legend bring down the house or watching your team win the championship is about more than a ticket. It's about being there. For all your sports and entertainment ticket needs, call us at 855-638-3034. Again, that's 855-638-3034.
Let me rap to you real quick. I want to enjoy the luxury of life.
Welcome back to the Doug Stewart Show. 2014 Throwback Thursday. The number to the show is 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedugstewartshow.com. I like Wale, man. I like that boy Wale.
Flower bomb. Let me guess your favorite fragrance. You got that bomb. I'm trying that.
All right, so this is a Throwback Thursday, talking about 2014, also about the sports. Stay tuned. We got an interesting birthday coming up in the next segment. I'll tell you all about that here in a second. But Steph Curry last night, man, the Golden State Warriors got it done against the Miami Heat. Curry connected on a go-ahead three-pointer late in that game over Hassan Whiteside with 38 seconds left. He finished with 42 points, and Klay Thompson scored 15 consecutive points for Golden State in the fourth on his way to a 33-point night. Them boys are bad, man. Baller awards to them on Thursday. They are bad as hell. Bad as in good. Dwayne Wade had his best night of the season, 32 points, 7 assists. They actually led by 12 points early up in the game and went up 108 to 107 when Wade made a pair of free throws late in the game last night as well. Hassan Whiteside had 21 points, 13 boards for Miami. They got 16 points for Luol Deng and 15 from rookie Josh Richardson. Harrison Barnes scored 11 points. And once again, the Miami Heat go down to the Golden State Warriors, 118 to 112. The next game for the Miami Heat, or for the Golden State Warriors, is tonight against the Orlando Magic. So they're on one of those East Coast trips. I've said it before, but just to reiterate it, just to put it out there again, man, I don't see any reason why the Golden State Warriors will not surpass the Miami or the Chicago Bulls, the 1995 Chicago Bulls Michael Jordan team with the 72 wins. They got 5 losses right now. They got like 27 more games to play, 27, 28 more games to play. And I just think they are. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that I think they kind of want to get it. And the reason is because even though they won a championship last year and they have arguably the best shooting backcourt of all time, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show, it seems to me that not just me, but a lot of other people out there, a lot of other basketball people out there really just still don't believe what they're seeing. Like, to me, it almost seems like the Golden State Warriors are still trying to fight for legitimacy. And whether that's right or wrong, whether that's mischaracterized or not, that's what it seems like to me. Like, they got a chip on their shoulder. Like, it took me a long time for me to accept what I was actually seeing. My eyes were telling me one thing, but my heart was like, man, these cats can't be this good. Steph Curry can't be that good a shooter. So I think they played a game. I think they played a game with a chip on their shoulder, and that kind of takes me to my next thing I want to talk about. If you watched the Mike and Mike show this morning, maybe you didn't. I have it on in the background when I'm preparing for the show. Once in a while, they'll say or have a conversation with somebody that piques my interest. So anyway, they're interviewing Oscar Robertson, legendary, great NBA player. A lot of people tell you one of the top 5 players of all times. The cat basically, I think he averaged a triple-double for an entire season. So one of the best players ever. They interviewing him, and Oscar Robertson, they ask him about Golden State and how good of a player they think Steph Curry is. And Oscar Robertson basically says that today's basketball sucks. Not only did he say today's basketball sucks, but he said the coaches today suck. He, in effect, said, quote, the coaches today don't know anything about basketball. And a lot of it stems from the fact that the game is much different than the way that he played. There's much more of an emphasis on the three-point shot. There's much more of an emphasis on just dunking the basketball. And he even mentioned that all you got to do is just dunk the basketball and shoot a three-pointer, and then your the greatest thing since sliced bread. Now, I won't agree with him totally as far as the game being bad today. I think the game has changed a lot, obviously, and a big part of it is the three-point shot. But I'm not going to disagree with him. I'm not going to say he's crazy. And they had Mike Greenberg on there and this other guy. I don't know. I've never met the guy before, but he's pretty prominent up there right now. Ryan Russillo, I think that's his name. And after they got Oscar Robertson off the phone, they basically said he was crazy. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And they tried to be respectful as they could, but you could tell they wanted to crush the great Oscar Robertson. Here's my thing. I never crush somebody that's been there from the beginning to now. You know what I'm saying? I never crush somebody's opinion, an older cat's opinion, because who am I? This like how can you discredit and say Oscar Robertson doesn't know what he's talking about when he's one of the 5 best players of all times? Now, you have your right to have your own opinion, but that's your opinion. I don't think you should call Oscar Robertson crazy or say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Clearly, the man has probably forgotten more basketball than you've ever seen in your life or know in your life about the sport of basketball. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Very, very disheartening to hear those guys kind of rail on Oscar Robertson. Now, their opinions differ. They think Steph Curry is the greatest thing since sliced bread. They think the Golden State Warriors could play back in the 1980s or 1990s. I happen to agree with Oscar Robertson on that. Like, there's no way. And he also made mention of the fact that today when they shoot three-pointers, that, they don't play the defense like they did back in the day. And you can't touch guys. You can't hand check. And everybody's talked about that. I've talked about that a million gazillion times. So the game is much different today. And if they played today with the rules and the way that the game was called today as they did 25 years ago, I do not believe Steph Curry would be the player, the dynamic player he is today. Oscar Robertson went on to say that when he played, if you hit a deep shot on him, that he was going to check your ass damn near at half court or as soon as you inball the ball. And you don't see that today. You don't see a lot of full court press for some reason. And I say this all the time. Steph Curry, to me, it's amazing that no one's employed the tactic that I can remember. Maybe somebody has, and maybe they were able to overcome it, the Golden State Warriors. But to me, I don't understand how the Golden State Warriors continue to get layups. Like I don't understand how you let a 6'2", 175-pound guy continue to get to the basket without knocking him on his ass. And I know today is different, and it's much easier to get a technical foul. And the game is just, in effect, like Gary Payton said a couple of days ago, the game is softer. But what's the definition of insanity? Doing something the same way and expecting a different outcome. You cannot continue to let Steph Curry night after night after night get to the basket. The fact that his size is really a detriment to him. It is. And a guy of that stature really wasn't. And listen, I'm not saying that there haven't been great players 25 years ago. Tiny Archibald, great players like that. Allen Iverson. But Steph Curry to me looks like he has never seen the inside of a weight room in his life. He just looks frail out there. And so Oscar Robertson's whole point was, man, you can't flow freely to the basket. You can't find your spot on the floor without getting hard fouls and being just agitated to death. And it's just different, man. It's a different day and time in basketball. And I know a lot of these young people watching basketball today that don't remember basketball back in the 80s, they think that Steph Curry is the bee's knees. I love his game. I think he's phenomenal. But he is definitely a product of his environment. I do believe that. Okay, I'm not taking anything away from him. Oscar Robertson, when they asked him how good you think Steph Curry is the best shooter of all time, he went on to say, man, we had a cat on our team just as good as Steph Curry, and then he mentioned Jerry West. It was crazy, crazy funny to me, but it was also good stuff, once again, because I think you got to respect the elders. I always have this thing on my show, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show. I always have this thing that I've talked about on the 2 Live Stews, even back in the day. I've been debating a long, long time, okay? We were debating about guy talk issues way before the 2 Live Stews back in 2001. But one thing that really irks me is how new generation people talk about, a rapper today and try to put him over a rapper like 25, 30 years ago. You don't even have a full understanding of the entire genre. You haven't seen everybody. You understand what I'm saying? You haven't seen everybody to even make a legitimate comparison. If you just start listening to hip hop over the last 5-10 years, you have no idea of how great are the rappers and the artists back in, the mid, late 80s. Okay? So I always say, you really should take heed to what somebody has heard that's heard the entire evolution of hip hop. You really need to talk to a cat in his 20s, or early teens or late teens back in 1985 that listened to hip hop back then and then still listen to hip hop today, that can give you an honest, honest opinion about, who's the best and who's the worst and this, that, and the other. And so I totally respect Oscar Robertson, man, and how a lot of these old school cats talk about the players today. Charles Barkley always rails on the fact that the Golden State Warriors aren't that good. It's just, we don't believe it. We still don't believe it. That's going back to my point. I really do think Golden State's going to do it, because it's almost like even though they won a championship last year, they're still trying to prove themselves to the basketball world. And, it was crazy. It was crazy listening to his thoughts about basketball today and basically how bad it is. That sums up the whole thing. He went in on how bad basketball is today. Coaches don't know how to coach. They don't know anything about defense. They don't know anything about running specific plays. It's just bad. And that's from the great Oscar Robertson. I don't know. What are your thoughts, man? If you happen to see this, man, you could probably find the audio somewhere out there right now, probably on the Puppet Factory. But crazy, interesting takes from the great Oscar Robertson, the Big O. All right, when we get back from the break, man, let's talk a little bit of birthdays. I'll read some of your chat, and we got to get into this Tennessee Volunteer story, man. You see the title of today's show, Butch Jones, all of the great things that he's done over the last 3 years for the University of Tennessee as their head coach. He might be dead man walking. Yeah, we'll talk about that. This is the Doug Stewart Show. Don't go away.
At Ticket Liquidator, we believe you should have access to the experiences you want to be a part of. Since 2003, Ticket Liquidator has been connecting buyers and sellers with the most sought-after and often sold-out events across the country. Ticket Liquidator's nationwide network gives you access to one of the largest online inventories of sports, theater, and concert tickets, with prices lower than most companies in other markets. And our security policies are solid, so you can buy with absolute confidence. More tickets, better service, and lower prices, so you can witness the best entertainment, culture, and sports events worldwide. At Ticket Liquidator, we know that seeing a legend bring down the house or watching your team win the championship is about more than a ticket. It's about being there. For all your sports and entertainment ticket needs, call us at 855-638-3034. Again, that's 855-638-3034.
Fantasy sports fans are winning huge cash prizes every day at DraftKings.com. America's favorite place to play daily fantasy sports. Daily fantasy means no season-long commitments. Play whenever you want. Just pick your sport and draft your team. It's like a new season every time you play, so you're never stuck with the same players. Last year, $300 million were won at DraftKings.com, and you could be next to win big. Go to DraftKings.com now and enter promo code STU to play for free. That's STU for free entry now at DraftKings.com. Also, if you use promo code STU, DraftKings will match your initial deposit up to $600. Deposit $600, play with $1,200. DraftKings.com, promo code STU. Protect yourself at all times. The referee issues that reminder because it's important to a fighter's safety and success. Doug Stewart here to tell you about the team at Strickland Security and remind you that living in the metro Atlanta area is sometimes like boxing. You've got to protect yourself at all times. There's nothing more important than ensuring the safety of your family and your home. And for business owners, protecting your business is critical because it's your livelihood. Strickland Security can satisfy all of your security needs. The staff of Strickland Security has a combined 55 years of experience protecting people and property. From alarm systems to uniformed security guards and everything in between, Strickland Security has an affordable solution for you. To see a list of all the security services they offer, visit their website at stricklandsecurity.com or give them a call at 800-422-9075. Again, that's stricklandsecurity.com or give them a call at 800-422-9075. We just talked about this joke a couple days ago. This song came out in 2014 as well.
Rack City chick, 10, 10, 10, 20s and them 50s chick.
Mr. Tiger.
You don't know who you with.
Welcome back to the Doug Stewart Show. Tiger messing around with 17-year-old girls. Yeah, it's actually not a funny thing. Hey, the number to the show is 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. Once again, no show tomorrow. If you're on the way to the CIAA tournament in Charlotte, North Carolina, be careful out there on them streets. So I thought about this morning, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show, and we're also celebrating and paying tribute to, I guess, on a Throwback Thursday to 2014. A couple of things that happened in 2014. Uncle Phil, actor James Avery of The Fresh Prince, died in 2014, and also in 2014, where it concerns sports, man, the Seattle Seahawks destroyed the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl. So I was thinking this morning, I don't know why it came into my head, and I'm probably going to ask this question on my social media. You need to follow me on social media, all at the Doug Stewart Show on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all of that stuff. But does anybody listening to the show right now, has anybody listening to the show right now, have you ever been to the CIAA tournament, the Bayou Classic, the Essence Festival, or the NBA All-Star Game? And you say to yourself, well, why are you specifically asking about those four events? Because those four events are internationally known as the Black People events. Yes, sir. So it's crazy as much as I traveled. You know, I haven't traveled a lot. And I've only been to two. I've only been to the CIAA, and I've been to the NBA All-Star Game. But everybody and their mama that talks about that Essence Festival and the Bayou Classic swear up and down they're the biggest events for black people in this country. So if you've ever been to all four, I want to hear your definitive, thoughts on that. It's kind of like what I was talking about in the last segment, where I like to hear it from the horse's mouth from somebody that's been there from the beginning, or in this case, somebody that can attest to, having been there for all four events at one point or another. I'd like to hear from that person's perspective which one is the biggest and the best. Because I'm going to tell you right now, man, I've never been to the Bayou Classic once again. I've never been to the Essence Festival. But that CIAA tournament in Charlotte, North Carolina, yes, sir! Oh, man, they do it big around there. Man, they do it big around there, It's kind of like Freaknik for older people. Where it's a huge contingent of HBCU alumni that converge in Charlotte, North Carolina, for their annual basketball tournament, the CIAA tournament. And something very CIAA-centric is the day party. Like the whole concept of the day party, I believe, had to start there. But when I tell you it's the strangest thing ever to walk into a party at 1 o'clock in the day, and the party is over at like 4:30, and you walk out and it's still daylight, and your ass is lit. You done partied your ass off. It's strange as hell, but it's live as hell too. Yes. Yeah. So if any of y'all listening to the Doug Stewart Show on the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network have been to all four, give me your thoughts on which one you think is the best, man. Heat really being turned up on the University of Tennessee in his athletic program. Tennessee coach Butch Jones told sophomore wide receiver Dre Bowles that Bowles betrayed the team in helping a woman who said she had been sexually assaulted by two football players, according to an amended complaint filed Wednesday in the Title IX lawsuit against the university. In a statement released Wednesday night, Jones called Bowles' assertion absolutely false. Here's a quote from him. To the contrary, I did all I could to assist the former student in question, he said. During the course of the judicial process, campus officials, as well as the young man's own words, will clearly establish that I have done nothing wrong. Bowles was also punched in the mouth and bloodied by teammate Kurt Maggot as retribution for helping the woman. They keep saying helping the woman and reviewing this story. What did he do to help the woman? Did he, get her out of the situation? And I'm talking about the Bowles guy. Did he help, stop the guys? Did he, stop the assault or whatever? Bowles ultimately transferred to the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga after that season. Man, you talk about has been doing a good job. Butch Jones and 15 other varsity coaches at Tennessee held a joint news conference Tuesday in which they said they believe the athletic department is being portrayed unfairly as a result of the lawsuit. I talked about this, and listen, Butch Jones has done a tremendous job over his first 3 years at the University of Tennessee. They've been down for many, many years, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show. Many, many years. Everybody, points back to when Philip Fulmer left. Tennessee just hasn't been the same since Philip Fulmer left that program. So, they went through Lane Kiffin, and they went through Derek Dooley, and now they've got Butch Jones. And last year, Tennessee was kind of like the program everybody was saying is about to take that next step and get back to, the national brand of football that Tennessee enjoyed for many, many years under Philip Fulmer. And so, Butch Jones' first year, they went 5-7. Second year, they went 7-6. Third year, last year, they went 9-4. And then that was a down year based on what a lot of people thought that Tennessee was going to be. A lot of people thought Tennessee was going to vie and contend for an SEC championship last year. It didn't quite happen. Maybe it will this year. But he's been doing a good job. And now all of this. Yeah. And it's basically he say, she say. Do you believe Philip Fulmer or do you believe this Bowles guy? It doesn't look good. In this day and time in 2016, when some type of controversy happens like this, when you're talking about sexual assault and when ESPN gets their teeth locked into it, it's a wrap. Now, he may be able to withstand this thing. We'll see. Money talks, BS runs a marathon, to quote the great Nino Brown. But we'll see. You talk about Rick Pitino. Rick Pitino, I thought sure would have been fired, but he survived it. We will see. This is a bad look. I talked about Peyton Manning, in effect with this whole lawsuit against the University of Tennessee by these women, the Title IX lawsuit. Peyton Manning was collateral damage in this whole thing because Peyton Manning's whole thing, with Jamie Norwright happened back in 1996, okay? And him being named in this lawsuit, he's going to be collateral damage. Or his reputation, his name, in effect, is collateral damage. I think Butch Jones might be collateral damage too, If we get more details in this story and they can actually confirm that a lot of this stuff is true, it might be a wrap. As much as they love that guy as their head coach in Tennessee, today, man, public outcry, the court of public opinion, man, is just huge. And so we'll keep our eyes on this story and what's going on at the University of Tennessee. If you went to Tennessee, I'd like to hear what your thoughts, what people are saying on the streets. You can hit me up. Email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. You can just jump in the chat. Maybe I'll read some of your chat as well. What are your thoughts about what's going on at the University of Tennessee? Let me read some of your chat. Thank you for all of the chat. Everybody in the chat room. Hey, listen, before I jump to this chat, in the next segment, we're going to do birthdays, okay? And one of the greatest white men in the history of the world, Ric Flair's birthday is today. My top 5 white men of all time is Arthur Fonzarelli, the great Ric Flair. The great Ric Flair. Maybe Dusty Rhodes is in that list as well. Robert De Niro, okay? But today is Ric Flair's birthday, so we're going to talk about that. But I have the best, and I do mean the best Ric Flair quote/interview he's ever done of all time. And this is a man that's probably had the 10 best wrestling interviews in the history of the sport or the show, because I don't even know if it's technically qualified as a sport. But I'm going to play you the best Ric Flair clip ever in the next segment. And if you're old school, Two Live Stews, you may have heard this before. We may have played it for you before, man. But you don't want to miss this clip, man, on Throwback Thursday, the great Ric Flair celebrating his birthday today. My man, Old Man Cuddy, says Curry wouldn't get his shot off against Derek Harper, Latrell Sprewell, or the glove Gary Payton. I agree. I absolutely agree. And maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're wrong, but I totally agree. Derek Harper's defense was stifling. I agree 100% from Brother Babe. Doug, you haven't seen all the basketball players going back to the 60s, but you're quick to say Jordan is the best player ever. The hypocrisy. No, let's back up. Now, whenever I talk about Jordan or being the best basketball player, I always talk about the best basketball player I've seen all time. You're right. I haven't seen the players from the 60s. I don't remember Oscar Robertson. I don't remember Wilt Chamberlain, okay? But the players that I've seen, Michael Jordan is the best basketball player I've seen. And so I've been watching basketball and cognizant and could understand basketball. Let's see. I was born in 69, so I'm going to say since about 1978, 79. 9 or 10 years old, I understood basketball. I like to watch basketball with my old man. And so, yeah, I'm talking about the players I've seen. Once again, I would defer if we really got into a discussion. It's kind of like if you've heard my thoughts about the NFL and the best players in the NFL. I always talk about how when I talk to old cats that have watched football from, the 50s and 60s, and they'll say Jim Brown is still the best player they've ever seen, even watching football up until today. So Jim Brown, in the minds of guys that seen a lot more football than me, is still one of the greatest players ever. So I definitely defer to old cats when you're talking about, who's the best of all times. I can't even comment on the best of all time because I'm only 46 years old. 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. When we get back, we'll talk a little bit of birthdays. Also, man, a young man makes a big decision. And I think he makes a grown-up decision. We'll talk about that. We'll continue talking about 2014. Continue doing what we do. Listen, if you're new to the Doug Stewart Show, man, and you like what you hear, and trust me, we have a good time around here. If you like what you hear, won't you donate? Yeah. Go to thedougstewartshow.com. Click on the little donate button to the right and donate $5 one time a month if you like this real, trio, unfiltered sports and guy talk, all right? One time a month is through PayPal. It's very secure. And in effect, you just like buying your boy a beer. Just look at it like that. Safe, secure, all of that stuff, man. Support independent radio. Support SME. We really, really do need it, and we really do appreciate you. All right, we get back from the break, little birthday talk, and we'll continue with the chat and doing what we would do. Don't go away. This is the Doug Stewart Show.
At Ticket Liquidator, we believe you should have access to the experiences you want to be a part of. Since 2003, Ticket Liquidator has been connecting buyers and sellers with the most sought-after and often sold-out events across the country. Ticket Liquidator's nationwide network gives you access to one of the largest online inventories of sports, theater, and concert tickets with prices lower than most companies in other markets. And our security policies are solid, so you can buy with absolute confidence. More tickets, better service, and lower prices, so you can witness the best entertainment, culture, and sports events worldwide. At Ticket Liquidator, we know that seeing a legend bring down the house or watching your team win the championship is about more than a ticket. It's about being there. for all your sports and entertainment ticket needs. Call us at 855-638-3034. Again, that's 855-638-3034.
Fantasy sports fans are winning huge cash prizes every day at DraftKings.com. America's favorite place to play daily fantasy sports. Daily fantasy means no season-long commitments. Play whenever you want. Just pick your sport and draft your team. It's like a new season every time you play, so you're never stuck with the same players. Last year, $300 million were won at DraftKings.com, and you could be next to win big. Go to DraftKings.com now and enter promo code STU to play for free. That's STU for free entry now at DraftKings.com. Also, if you use promo code STU, DraftKings will match your initial deposit up to $600. Deposit $600, play with $1,200. DraftKings.com, promo code STU. This is your folk, Doug Stewart. Want to protect you and your family from life's unexpected mishaps? Then join 7. Join 7 is a prepaid legal company under the umbrella of the Protection Group. Join 7 is the only group benefit or motor club in the U.S. that offers auto reimbursement coverage, key replacement coverage, roadside assistance, gives you a current Medi-file, prescription savings, and fully encompassed prepaid legal benefits that include identity theft. They got your back. The average combined cost to purchase these benefits individually is over $850 a year. Join today and take advantage of all 7 for $17 a month. They've been around for over 20 years, so check them out by clicking on the banner link on my page, thedougstewartshow.com, or the app. Just go ahead and join 7. Welcome back to the Doug Stewart Show. Let's go. The year in review 2014. Thank you for joining your boy. This is a Throwback Thursday. The number to the show is 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. And, hey, man. Thank you so much for joining your boy. Shouts out to all of the Stewies. If you're new to the show, thank you for tuning in, man. That's how we get down around here. Hey, we're doing a bunch of big things around here, man. I continue to ask you to support the show, giving $5 for the flavor, man. If you think that all of the 99% of the other sports and guy talk shows you hear on radio, AM radio, are whack as hell, like they are, and you like this product, support the show, but also do business with us, man. We do a lot of things outside of just programming and giving you a lot of good content here on the network. We can interview you on the show, kind of like an infomercial type thing. We can promote you on social media. We do voiceovers. I say we, me and my brother Ryan Stewart, or any of the other hosts on the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network. We can broadcast your show on the network, which I'll talk about more in a second. We can host or speak at your event, play your music on the show, or any of the shows on the network as well. But once again, back to the big thing that we're doing, man. We are broadcasting other shows. If you have a show, a good show, but you don't have a lot of listeners, man, and people don't even know you're out there, it's hard to get people's attention online. All you got to do is email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. We have over 10,000 followers to the network. What that means is whenever a show goes live on the network, they'll get an alert saying, there's some programming coming on SME, and so there's a better chance they'll give you a listen. And if it's good, they'll continue to listen. So basically, we'll help you improve your listenership and your brand, okay? So email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com, and I'll send you out some rates and some of the details about how it works, and let's get it popping for 2016, baby. Celebrating his 31st birthday is Chicago Bulls center Joakim Noah. Happy birthday to that youngin'. Love his game, love his passion. He ain't the greatest player ever, but I definitely love his passion. He's 31 years old today. Speaking of Chicago, last night, I totally cut the cord, right? Last night I watched on Fire TV on Netflix, I think it was. Was it Netflix or it might have been Hulu or something like that? I watched Chirac, the new Spike Lee movie. Here's the thing about Spike Lee, and obviously the movie didn't get a lot of thought, didn't get a lot of love as far as critics all over the world. Here's the thing about Spike Lee that I love, man. Spike Lee put his money where his mouth is, man. And Spike Lee is always at the forefront of talking and being in discussion about the injustices here in this country, where it concerns black folks and some of our inadequacies and all of that type of stuff, man. And they made this movie, man. They couldn't have thought that this movie was going to be like a box office smash, that Spike Lee was going to get rich off of this movie, because the movie speaks to a very specific issue. Okay, and I'm going to get back to the birthdays here in a second. It speaks to a very specific issue, and that's the killing going on in Chicago. Black men on black men. And so the movie is very, very deep. And actually, I didn't even realize it. And this is another problem with the movie. I didn't even realize the movie was, I want to say it's a musical, but it's not really a musical because they rapping. It's I guess you call it a rapical. It's not a musical, it's a rapical. They're actually rapping and rhyming the entire movie. So it's kind of fresh, it's kind of innovative, obviously kind of different. There was another movie kind of like it years back, where it had Makea Pfeiffer, and it was Romeo Must Die or something like that, or whatever, but they were rhyming throughout that whole thing as well. But it was good, solid. Spike Lee is very intelligent, he's very deep. So the movie wasn't going to make a ton of money. I thought it was an interesting topic. Obviously, it was a well-needed topic, especially in this day and time with what's going on in the city of Chicago. Spike Lee is Spike Lee. Spike Lee, he going to please himself first before he pleases anybody else. Mad respect for Spike Lee. Love that dude, man. If you get a chance, if you're sitting around, it's all over Netflix or whatever, check out and support Chirac, man. Real deep. Real deep. I think Nick Cannon did a pretty good job in it. Actually, I think Nick Cannon did a damn good job in it. And that was one of the problems everybody had with it. You got Nick Cannon as a gangbanger. Mr. Hollywood himself, and so I thought Nick Cannon did a good job. I thought he did a good job, man. The movie is very, very deep, so check it out when you get a chance. Also celebrating a birthday today is comedian Carrot Top, 51 years old. I've never seen one damn thing Carrot Top does. I've seen like clips of Carrot Top, and I've seen him out there like smashing watermelons, and he looks like he's on freaking steroids, but I don't know a damn thing about Carrot Top. Not a damn thing. And also celebrating the birthday today is Jimmer Fredette. He's 27 years old, NBA point guard. I think he just got signed by someone. He absolutely sucks. And as I mentioned before, man, today, celebrating his 67th birthday, my favorite wrestler of all times, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, turned 67 years old today. Now, the clip I'm about to play you, is Ric Flair doing an interview. Apparently, he's about to wrestle in Georgia, Atlanta, maybe. I think they used to wrestle back in the day at the Omni. And Ric Flair's in town, and he's doing an interview, and he's talking about this upcoming match that he has with one of these cats in wrestling back in like 1978, 79 or something like this. But this interview epitomizes the greatness of Ric Flair. Check it out.
Here you go, you're in constant demand. And I say, honey, because I'm the world's heavyweight champion. Now, for a lot of you people out there, that's a real hard nut to swallow. A lot of you don't like that. You don't like the prestige that I have in life. You don't like the notoriety. You detest the fact that I got more cars than most of you have friends. I got a big house on the big side of town. I got life pretty much the way I want it. You understand that? You know why? Because I'm the champ. I'm the world's heavyweight wrestling champion. Dale Murphy, right? A local here in Atlanta, Georgia. He's a big deal, but he's not the champ. You understand that? Huh? Herschel Walker, for all you black folks out there, he's a real big dude. But he's not the champ. Ric Flair's the champ. Understand? Me and Lex Luger, you, Ted Turner, Dusty Rhodes, Nikita Koloff, Ricky Morton, Steve Williams, all of you, take a look at it. Learn to love it, because it's a role model for you. I'm the champ. That's the bottom line in this sport of sports. I'm the champ. Custom made, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, and Luger, wherever this match takes place, God only knows, you've got to beat the champ. Woo!
Tito, pass me the tissue. Oh, I love that man so much. I love that man so much. Oh my gosh. He said, you black folks. Herschel Walker's a real big deal around here. Is that not classic? That's from, that's okay, so Herschel Walker had already made his name. So this has to be around what? When Herschel won the Heisman, Georgia won the national championship in 1980. This had to be right around 1980. He said, Herschel Walker, to all you black folks around here, he's a big deal, but he's not the champ. Kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, son of a gun. Yeah, oh my gosh, that's classic. That is classic. Oh, I love that man so much. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I've told the story before, man. One of the greatest days of my life. And I've told it on this show before, but we got new listeners. One of the greatest days of my life is the great Ric Flair came to my hometown of Moncks Corner, South Carolina, and did a 30-minute appearance at our local Hardee's. No lie. The great Ric Flair, somehow he had a match in Charleston at Charleston County Hall, and somebody hooked it up for him to come and speak and sign autographs for like 20, 30 minutes at the Hardee's in my hometown. And when I tell you, me and all the little children were lined up outside, it was raining. We were lined up outside waiting for the great Ric Flair to pull up. He pulls up about 20, 30 minutes late in a big stretch limousine. The door opens. His limousine driver gets out, opens the door. All of the little kids out there screaming, we're going crazy. It's the Nature Boy. It's the Nature Boy. Rick gets out. He steps out real slow, stands up and puts his hand up in the air like Jesus Christ himself and yells out, woo! When I tell you that all the little children just almost died. Yes, sir. And I'm not a big cat as far as like idolizing athletes or entertainers like that. Never have been. I still have that autograph that I got from the great Ric Flair back in like 1979. Oh man, classic. Happy birthday, Rick. When we get back from the break, man, we'll continue with the show. We'll do what we do. And we'll talk a little bit about a young man that made an adult decision. All right, don't go away. Oh man, happy birthday, Rick. My gosh, oh my gosh. Do you have your own radio show? Are you an artist or a DJ? BB Mobile Apps is the solution for you. They specialize in creating mobile apps for entertainers. That's right. You can have your own mobile app where your followers can hear your shows or music, watch your videos, and view all your social networks in one place. You can even make money with banner ads and send push notifications directly to your audience to make sure they get your messages. Everyone has their phones on them, right? A mobile app will add credibility to your brand because your content will be accessible to them while they're on the go. BV Mobile Apps also makes apps for bloggers, actors, and producers. The process only takes about 20 minutes. Just go to bvmobileapps.com and click Get Started Now. That's bvmobileapps.com and tell them the Doug Stewart Show sent you.
At Ticket Liquidator, we believe you should have access to the experiences you want to be a part of. Since 2003, Ticket Liquidator has been connecting buyers and sellers with the most sought-after and often sold-out events across the country. Ticket Liquidator's nationwide network gives you access to one of the largest online inventories of sports, theater, and concert tickets, with prices lower than most companies in other markets. And our security policies are solid, so you can buy with absolute confidence. More tickets, better service, and lower prices, so you can witness the best entertainment, culture, and sports events worldwide. At Ticket Liquidator, we know that seeing a legend bring down the house or watching your team win the championship is about more than a ticket. It's about being there. For all your sports and entertainment ticket needs, call us at 855-638-3034. Again, that's 855-638-3034.
National Debt Relief is one of the country's largest and most reputable debt settlement companies, made up of energetic individuals who are passionate about helping thousands of Americans with debt relief. Most importantly, we're all about helping our customers through a tough financial time in their lives with education and individual customer service. We're dedicated to helping individuals and families rid their lives of burdensome debt, specializing in debt settlement, and they've also negotiated settlements for thousands of creditor and collection accounts. Providing clients with both expertise and proven results, this means helping customers in time of hardship to get out of debt with the least possible cost. It can also mean conducting financial consultations, educating the customer, and recommending the appropriate solution. Core Services offer debt settlement as an alternative. I repeat, alternative to bankruptcy, credit counseling, and debt consolidation. National Debt Relief is your #1 advocate group to help you reestablish financial stability as quickly as possible. So give us a call at 844-828-4975. Again, that's 844-828-4975, and work it out.
Hour number 2 of the Doug Stewart Show, baby. Welcome back to the Doug Stewart Show. And it is a Throwback Thursday, man. Thank you so much for joining your folks. Don't forget, at the top of the hour today, 12 noon Eastern Time, the Barbershop Sports Talk podcast returns. My man Trey Lyles and Maestro Styles. So stay tuned for those cats talking sports, chopping it up. Coming straight out of Baltimore, Maryland. And then also today at around 1:30 p.m., man, and you need to make sure and follow the show on Spreaker.com so you will get these alerts and tune in when you're at your desk or whatever, you're at work or whatever. 1:30 p.m. today, Eastern Time, The Grizz. My man Rashad Grismore, South Central's finest, baby. So stay tuned for those two shows today right here on the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network. I see a lot of the chat in the chat room on Spreaker.com, and y'all talking about I'm falling all over myself for Ric Flair. I'm going to shoot you straight, man. I said it a little bit in the last segment, but I'm going to reiterate it. I am not the starstruck type guy person, and listen to me. There ain't many people in sports that your boys didn't interview throughout the 12-year history of the Two Live Stews in sports and entertainment. I mean, we've interviewed just about anybody that you can think of big. You know, some of the interviews were shorter than others. Some of them were more expansive than others. But we've interviewed a lot of big names in sports and entertainment. I've never, fawned over a guy, wanted to, take a picture and all of that stuff. Ryan did all of that. He had Ryan took a ton of pictures, and I wish I need to go over and look through his library of pictures and try to get some of them that we took with a lot of these people. So it's cool And I definitely am grateful for the opportunity to speak to a lot of big names in sports entertainment. But I've never been quote-unquote starstruck at anybody really, except for two people. One is the great O.J. Simpson. When O.J. came in the studio with us, around 2005, like 10 years after the whole murder trial. And I always tell people, O.J. Simpson is my favorite athlete ever growing up. I'm not even talking about the trial and none of that. I'm talking about as far as a person that I emulated or I wanted to be like. My first number in Little League football was number 32. It was because of the juice. So that was one. And the other person, man, was a guy that a lot of people wouldn't even put in the classification as an athlete. The other person was the great Ric Flair. Yeah. So I'm almost 46 years old right now. Followed closely by the Fonz, Arthur Fonzarelli on Happy Days. I'm going to be 50 years old in a couple years, man. But I'm telling you, I still have such an admiration for watching that man on Saturday mornings, sitting in my drawers, eating a bowl of Fruit Loops, and Rick would come on and just talk cash-ish. It's so strange to see, a white man back in 1978 come on with a $500 suit on, with shades, doing an interview inside a building. Right. That's how bright Ric Flair's future was. He wore shades, inside. And so I just always have been a big fan, man, and nobody talk cash-ish. And we probably, like our personalities, me and Ryan, our personalities probably have a lot to do with watching a lot of Ric Flair on Saturday morning. The fact that we come on, we talk a lot of cash-ish. Now, cats, we grew up with a lot of people. Our old man talk a lot of trash. And he had a mouthpiece on him. Our uncles and everybody, I grew up where our uncles and our dad would be playing basketball and they'd be talking trash. They talk much-ish. So we grew up around that. But then when you saw it on TV, man, as a little kid, a little impressionable kid, man, it's big. So happy birthday to the great Ric Flair. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm falling all over myself. But that's real. That's real. Love me some Rick. Hey, man, Auburn running back Peyton Barber is one of the more interesting stories in the combine that's going on right now in Indianapolis. Barber, who rushed for 1,017 yards and 13 touchdowns as a redshirt sophomore last season, told reporters Wednesday at the NFL Scouting Combine that his mom's living situation is basically the reason why that he entered the NFL draft early. He says, quote, "My mother is homeless right now." Barber said, "Right now she's staying with her sister. It's her and 3 kids staying in an apartment back home." Barber, who was one of 24 running backs invited to Indianapolis for the Combine, says his mother had been only uplifting and supportive as he readies for a Friday workout he hopes will raise his draft stock. He's jockeying for a draft position. There's been a bunch of good running backs that had good years this year. Ohio State's Ezekiel Elliott, Derrick Henry, obviously, of Alabama, Notre Dame, C.J. Prosise. He says, quote, homelessness, or she said, quote, "Homelessness is a strong definition. Do I have a home of my own? I do not." This is his mother talking. "Do I have a bed of my own? I don't. Where we're living is a little crowded, but we're making it work. We're taking our 50 cents and stretching it out to make $1, unquote. Lori said she lives with her 27-year-old daughter, Peyton's sister, and 3 grandchildren in a small apartment in North Fulton County in Georgia. Peyton Barber, whose cousins Marion and Dominique played in the NFL, is projected to be a middle-round pick in April's draft. Middle-round pick in the NFL? You'll probably make the team, and you're probably going to get a big-ass salary. You're going to get a bonus, or the rookie salary, I think, is like $600,000 a year. That man made a business decision at a young age. He made a grown man's decision. I give him nothing but big ups. This conversation about should players stay, and it probably would do him well to stay another year and increase his stock. And you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show, but that man's got a business decision to make, and he made it. That man got to take care of his mama. You can't get mad at a dude for taking care of his mama. I always hate whenever people talk about, they should stay in school, this, that, and the other. Yeah, it's easy for you to say if you live in high on the hog and if you came from money. It's easy for you to say that, okay? And listen, I'm all for education. I always talk about how we came from a background. I come from a background of education. My grandfather was actually a principal in our hometown. You know, our grandfather was probably back during that time, one of the only black people in my hometown to have a master's degree. You know, he was a principal of an elementary school. He was actually a pastor in our hometown as well. My grandfather had it going on. Most of my aunts and my uncles have degrees, you know, secondary degrees. You know, me and my cousins have all, you know, graduated from college. You're talking about South Carolina State, Howard University, my brother at Georgia Tech University, Morehouse College, Hampton University. That's all my first cousins. That being said, it's about the money, man. At the end of the day, it's about uplifting your life. And if you have an opportunity to go get that money, what you did in college after you dropped out or what you did before you dropped out, you can always go back and get your degree. So that whole argument about staying, get your degree, man, whatever. You got to do what you got to do, and that's get that money. And that man needs this money to help support his family. I got nothing but good things to say about that young man. Good for him. Nothing but good things to say about that young man. Good for him. Ball award to him on a Thursday. Here on the Doug Stewart Show. 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. Let me read a couple of your chat messages from the 47th problem. Then Dusty Rhodes come on behind him and cracks that joker over the head with a chair. Yeah, that's probably what happened if we continue with that little Ric Flair interview. A couple of seconds later, Dusty Rhodes probably did sneak up behind him and hit him over the head with a chair. And see, the thing about Rick, which is funny, which is strange in talking about Ric Flair is, if you remember Ric Flair's career, like Ric Flair would be a good guy for like 6 months, and then the next 6 months he'd be like the bad guy. He turned heel. Like he'd always turn on his partners. And maybe that's kind of the lure of Ric Flair. If you remember Ric Flair, I promise you, he'd be the most popular fan favorite guy for 6 months. And then 6 months after that, you know, he'd hit one of his teammates over the head with a chair for some type of disagreement they had in the locker room. Like, it never made sense at all. I hated Ric Flair at some points of his career, but then I absolutely loved him at some points of his career. And once again, I think that's probably why there's this big reverence for the great Ric Flair, because he was that dude. Ooh, boy, Rick used to do some dirty things. He would turn on his partner like midway through a match. Like they start out the match as partners, and then midway through, like he'd go to tag his partner, and then he'd kick him in the mix section. Then he'd drag him in the ring and start and beat the hell out of him. And whoever their opponents were at the time, you know, he magically just teamed up with them midway through the fight, you know, through the match. And so it was a crazy dichotomy to talk about the great Ric Flair, man. Real crazy. From Loose Neck Dynamite Sigh. Doug was running behind Ric Flair's limo like the chicks running behind New Edition. Yeah, that's probably the case. Yeah. Hey, I don't deny it. I do not deny it. Yes, I was a huge Ric Flair fan. All right, when we get back from the break, man, I'm going to read more of your chat. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to read more of your chat. We'll talk about 2014 a little bit more on this Throwback Thursday, and continue to reminisce. If you're new to the show, that's kind of like what happens around here, man. We reminisce a lot. It's a fun show. It's guy talk, sports talk, all of that. I mean, whatever dudes is talking about, whatever we reminisce about, you know, it's usually fun. I mean, that's all. For 2 hours, you gonna have a good time around here. Trust me. Don't go away. The Doug Stewart Show. What is ID Life? Well, over the last 18 years, a group of scientists and doctors have been working on the development of a one-of-a-kind nutritional supplement program that takes all the guesswork out of what you need and delivers your truly personalized pharmaceutical-grade nutrition with your name on it directly to your door. Through the integration of thousands of medical and scientific studies, answers you provide to the free assessment, and more than 5,470 algorithms that process the data, ID Nutrition recommends what you need, leaves out what you don't, and blocks things known to the system that have possible adverse effects based on the answers you provide. The result is a program that is revolutionizing the health and wellness industry. Welcome to ID Life. For more information, just go to thedougstewartshow.idlife.com. That's thedougstewartshow.idlife.com. Do you have your own radio show? Are you an artist or a DJ? BB Mobile Apps is the solution for you. They specialize in creating mobile apps for entertainers. That's right. You can have your own mobile app where your followers can hear your shows or music, watch your videos, and view all your social networks in one place. You can even make money with banner ads and send push notifications directly to your audience to make sure they get your messages. Everyone has their phones on them, right? A mobile app will add credibility to your brand because your content will be accessible to them while they're on the go. BB Mobile Apps also makes apps for bloggers, actors, and producers. The process only takes about 20 minutes. Just go to bbmobileapps.com and click Get Started Now. That's bbmobileapps.com and tell them the Doug Stewart Show sent you.
At Ticket Liquidator, we believe you should have access to the experiences you want to be a part of. Since 2003, Ticket Liquidator has been connecting buyers and sellers with the most sought after and often sold out events across the country. Ticket Liquidator's nationwide network gives you access to one of the largest online inventories of sports, theater, and concert tickets, with prices lower than most companies in other markets. And our security policies are solid, so you can buy with absolute confidence. More tickets, better service, and lower prices, so you can witness the best entertainment, culture, and sports events worldwide. At Ticket Liquidator, we know that seeing a legend bring down the house or watching your team win the championship is about more than a ticket. It's about being there. For all your sports and entertainment ticket needs, call us at 855-638-3034. Again, that's 855-638-3034.
Dougie sings the hits. Dougie sings the hits. All right, this is big. Welcome back to the Doug Stewart Show. We're really going to test our capabilities today. A little Usher climax. Falsetto out this bitch. All right, hold on. All right, let's go.
Going nowhere fast, we've reached the climax. We're together, now we're undone. Won't commit, so we choose to run away. Do we separate? Oh, don't wanna give in, so we both gave up. Can't take it back, it's too late, we've reached the climax. I've fallen somehow, feet off the ground. Love is the cloud that keeps raining down. Where are you now when I need you around? Yes, sir. I'm on my knees, but it seems we're going nowhere fast.
Welcome back to the Doug Stewart Show.
We're together, now we're undone.
Welcome back.
So we choose
Hold
to
on.
run away. Do we separate?
All right, welcome back to the Doug Stewart Show, man. Thank you. Oh, man, you're far too kind. You're far too kind. Yeah, if you're new to the Doug Stewart Show, man, I didn't mention it earlier, man, but every once in a while I actually even sing on the show. I've been blessed with the gift of song and singing. And so, you know, today we're celebrating, we're paying homage, we're throwing it back to 2014. Usher's climax was in 2014. I actually sung this a couple of months ago. You just heard my rendition, so you're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, man, you're far too kind. You're far too kind. I looking in the chat. I'm seeing the little clapping emoji, smiling faces. Doug, you're fantastic. From Chief Rocker, Jersey Vern. Doug, you're a tremendous artist and singer. Thank you, Doug. I love you, Doug. I love you and your singing. Thank you, Vern from Jersey. Hakeem says, Doug, You have a voice of angels. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate it. Old Man Cuddy. Oh, my gosh. Even Old Man Cuddy, the curmudgeon that he is. Doug, I love when you sing. As a matter of fact, you should do a whole show where you just sing. Thank you, Old Man Cuddy. But we have to move on with the show. I could sit here and read this chat all day long, but I won't. The number to the show is 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. Don't forget at 12 noon today, the Barbershop Sports Talk podcast comes up. And then following them at 1:30 p.m. is The Grizz. So locked and loaded. And keep listening to the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network. Yes! Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God. San Francisco 49er general manager Trent Baalke said Wednesday that quarterback Colin Kaepernick will be on the team's roster on April 1st when his $11.9 million base salary for 2016 becomes fully guaranteed. Of course he is. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I talked about it, man. As much as I'm not a fan of Chip Kelly and all of that stuff and that crap that he pulled in Philadelphia, Chip Kelly and Colin Kaepernick is a perfect match, obviously. I think a lot of people want to write Colin Kaepernick off. I'm not able or ready to do that yet. I mean, don't forget the man took your team to a Super Bowl. You know, he's had some injuries. As a matter of fact, he's recovering from 2 off-season surgeries. But if he is healthy, man, Colin Kaepernick is one of those young, up-and-coming quarterbacks that had so much promise a couple of years ago. He took your team to a Super Bowl. He took your team following that year to another NFC Championship title game. He can play. What Chip Kelly does in his coaching and his offense is perfectly suited for Colin Kaepernick. Of course he's going to be the quarterback in the San Francisco 49ers. And I think a lot of people, actually dry hating on Colin Kaepernick, this whole theme of the running quarterback that a lot of these old school cats don't want to hear or they don't want to talk about or they don't want to give credit to. Yes, Colin Kaepernick's skill set can win in the NFL. With Chip Kelly and that offensive mind that he has, they should be successful. Now, it may not work. We'll see. But in this day and time, when you talk about, there not being 32 quality starting quarterbacks in the NFL, you got one in your squad that took you to a Super Bowl like 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. Not even that long. I think like 4 years ago. Okay? Of course, you're going to see what he can do under that system, man. And so I don't even think it's a story, but but because Baalke made that statement yesterday, everybody was like, oh, okay, they are going to keep him. Of course they're going to keep him. I've been saying it from day one. So big ups to him. I hope that young man can turn it around. I mean, that guy made NFL throws those years where they really succeeded in the NFC West. That guy could make NFL throws. Inconsistent, but I think that there's a lot of upside to Colin Kaepernick, man, so I'm happy to hear that they are going to keep him. Maybe they trade him. I heard a lot of people still holding on to the idea that he won't be the quarterback for the 49ers yesterday. Bring up that maybe they're going to try to trade him. I don't know. If you're a team, another team in the NFL, one of the other 31 other teams, based on what you've seen over the last couple of years, are you risking a trade for Colin Kaepernick? The reason why I think that is so perfect is because of what Chip Kelly coaches offensively and what Colin Kaepernick's skill set is and what he did at the University of Nevada and what he had success for his first couple of years under Jim Harbaugh when they catered the offense around him. So I think it can work. I think he's going to be a 49, and I think he's going to be the starting quarterback. Back in 2014, man, it's been 2 years. Comedian Robin Williams died at the age of 63. The Ice Water Bucket Challenge was in 2014. Legendary comedian Joan Rivers dies. Man, George Clooney got married. Bill Cosby, the whole Bill Cosby controversy really first made its appearance. And also in 2014, Connecticut beat Kentucky to win the national championship in basketball. Big ups to them. Speaking of basketball, last night the Villanova Wildcats go down. First loss of the year. or they lose last night. So I'm looking forward to starting really to pay attention to more college basketball tournament right around the corner, where most everybody in this country really gets amped up to pay attention to college basketball during March Madness. From Sidney Jackson in the chat room, says, Doug, giving Randy Watson of What's Going Down episode, If That's My Mama, from Sexual Chocolate, run for his money. Man, thank you, man, Sidney Jackson. But Randy Watson got nothing on me. I mean, you actually give Randy Watson a little bit too much credit. You know? Yeah. I mean, come on, man. I mean, I'm no Randy Watson. Randy Watson is a fictional character in a movie. I mean, I am a real, serious, bona fide artist. That's what I do. Thank you, though. From Tight Sigma. Tight Sigma says, thank you, Doug. He says, I had been having a bad day, but hearing your singing really just uplifted my spirits. Thank you, Doug. You're welcome, Tight Sigma. From KC, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show. KC says in the chat room on Spreaker.com, you should jump in if you're new to the show. KC says, Oscar Robertson says that Doug, in his interview this morning, is one of the best singers he's heard in his entire life, and I'm 95 years old. Man, thank you, KC. Wow. Man, Tight Sigma again. Tight Sigma really is a fan. And you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show. Tight Sigma says, Doug, there are doves at my window that flew down from the heavens trying to hear your rendition of Climax. Thank you, Doug, once again from Tight Sigma. Even though I'm a Sigma, I love your singing. Thank you, Doug. Wow. Wow. Ducking and dodging. Ducking and dodging has a bunch of smiley faces. Man, they're still talking about my singing, man. I mean, thank you. I mean, I'm humble. Listen, let's talk about the sports. There's enough talking about me and my singing exploits, man. I mean, damn. Ooh. Whoa. I mean, I'm very grateful, though. I'm very grateful that you think so much about my singing. Like, it almost makes me want to, quit doing sports talk radio and go sing for, full time. I know. I was just crazy talk. I'm just joking. I would never do that, studio audience. Wow. All right, when we get back from the break, more of your chat. Talk a little bit about Tiger Woods. And do what we do around here on the Doug Stewart Show. Have fun. And listen to me sing. You're welcome. You are totally welcome. Stay tuned. Yes, sir. Do you have your own radio show? Are you an artist or a DJ? BB Mobile Apps is the solution for you. They specialize in creating mobile apps for entertainers. That's right. You can have your own mobile app where your followers can hear your shows or music, watch your videos, and view all your social networks in one place. You can even make money with banner ads and send push notifications directly to your audience to make sure they get your messages. Everyone has their phones on them, right? A mobile app will add credibility to your brand because your content will be accessible to them while they're on the go. BB Mobile Apps also makes apps for bloggers, actors, and producers. The process only takes about 20 minutes. Just go to bbmobileapps.com and click Get Started Now. That's bbmobileapps.com and tell them the Doug Stewart Show sent you.
At Ticket Liquidator, we believe you should have access to the experiences you want to be a part of. Since 2003, Ticket Liquidator has been connecting buyers and sellers with the most sought-after and often sold-out events across the country. Ticket Liquidator's nationwide network gives you access to one of the largest online inventories of sports, theater, and concert tickets with prices lower than most companies in other markets. And our security policies are solid, so you can buy with absolute confidence. More tickets, better service, and lower prices, so you can witness the best entertainment, culture, and sports events worldwide. At Ticket Liquidator, we know that seeing a legend bring down the house or watching your team win the championship is about more than a ticket. It's about being there. For all your sports and entertainment ticket needs, call us at 855-638-3034. Again, that's 855-638-3034.
National Debt Relief is one of the country's largest and most reputable debt settlement companies, made up of energetic individuals who are passionate about helping thousands of Americans with debt relief. Most importantly, we're all about helping our customers through a tough financial time in their lives with education and individual customer service. We're dedicated to helping individuals and families rid their lives of burdensome debt. Specializing in debt settlement, and they've also negotiated settlements for thousands of creditor and collection accounts. Providing clients with both expertise and proven results, this means helping customers in time of hardship to get out of debt with the least possible cost. It can also mean conducting financial consultations, educating the customer, and recommending the appropriate solution. Core Services offer debt settlement as an alternative. I repeat, alternative to bankruptcy, credit counseling, and debt consolidation. National Debt Relief is your #1 advocate group to help you reestablish financial stability as quickly as possible. So give us a call at 844-828-4975. Again, that's 844-828-4975, and work it out.
Welcome back to the Doug Stewart Show, 2014. The year in review, just a couple years ago. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Classic right here. Trey Songz.
Turn the lights on.
If you're not stewing, what the hell are you doing? This is the Doug Stewart Show.
We share something so common, still so rare.
You can call me up at 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedugstewartshow.com. Just sitting around talking about sports, reminiscing about 2014, singing for y'all. I mean, come on, man. Who else in sports and guy talk radio is going to talk sports, talk more ish than Ric Flair? We talk entertainment, birthdays, top fives, Dougie Dailies, and then I sprinkle in a little bit of singing on top of it all. Yes, sir. I mean, who else gives you that? Right. I got people in the chat room saying, man, why don't you just sing for an entire show, Doug? That's how much we love and respect your singing. Why don't you just sing? Shut up. Oh, we got a hater in the audience today, huh? Shut up. I mean, so it's people in the chat room saying, man, you should just sing for an entire day. Where else on radio are you going to get this? Nowhere else are you going to get this. Thank you, studio audience. Y'all fickle. Studio audience kind of fickle. Yes, sir. Hey, man, thank you so much for joining into the Doug Stewart Show. This segment is brought to you by my folks from Strickland Security. That's right, Strickland Security, man. They have over 55 years combined experience in the business. They're going to take care of you. They're not going to try to upsell you on any craziness like that. If you're not happy with your alarm service company right now, holler at my folks at Strickland Security. All right? They can get you a basic alarm system starting at just $15 a month. You heard me. Or they can give you the big boy alarm system. They can even fix your alarm system. They offer the Celebrity Night Out service where they can pick you up in a black tinted, black colored SUV. A couple of security guys take you out in the town and protect you. They got a lot of stuff going on, man. Check out my folks at StricklandSecurity.com. That's StricklandSecurity.com. And as always, the Doug Stewart Show is brought to you by ID Life. Want to get healthy in 2016? Want a program that's specifically engineered for you? Go to the DougStewartShow.idlife.com. Check out all the great products on health and wellness, as well as a business opportunity with ID Life as well. 404-382-0338. You can also email me at Doug@thedougstewartshow.com. Your boy Tiger Woods is back, kind of, sort of. Tiger Woods tweeted a 13-second video on yesterday morning, that showed him hitting a 9-iron shot on a golf simulator. And he tweeted out, "Progressing nicely," is all that he wrote. 2 tweets on Monday reported that Tiger Woods was having difficulty with his recovery and that he had trouble even sitting in a car. Woods agent Mark Steinberg strongly denied the reports in a statement, calling them ridiculous and absolutely false. This was meant more of for all of Tiger's fans who had reached out since all of his erroneous reporting came out over the weekend that he was so disabled that he had to sit in the passenger seat of a car, Steinberg's attorney said. So many had reached out and wondered if he was at the end and was it true? This was meant to give the most recent update. You know, Tiger had 2 back surgeries this year. He had not played in the tournament since tying for 10th 6 months ago at the Wyndham Championship. A few weeks later, he had a second microdiscectomy surgery on his lower back. 6 weeks after that, on October 28th, Woods had another surgery in the same area. Now, if you saw the video, and I'm sure you have, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show, if you saw the video, you know, he swung the 9-iron, and the 9-iron, if you don't play golf, a lot of this is kind of like foreign to you. It's kind of like Greek to you. But he swung a 9-iron. That's one of the smaller clubs in the bag. You know, a safe club, I guess, to swing. You know, it's a wedge. It's not a drive or anything like that where you got to put a lot more torque into it. Longer club. But if you have 3 procedures, and I don't even know if surgery is the proper term because these sound like fairly simple procedures. If you had 3 back procedures and you play golf, that's not a good thing. Now listen, a lot of people will say this, but I really do mean it when I say it. I'm probably the biggest Tiger Woods golf fan there is on radio. I am. I mean, because Tiger Woods is single-handedly the reason on inspiring me to play golf. And a lot of the people I know, like nobody has brought more people to a sport, to their prospective sport, than Tiger Woods has to the game of golf. You know, when I was a kid and golf came on, I couldn't switch the channel fast enough. Golf? Ain't nobody watching no damn golf. Sit your ass down, golf. You know? But Tiger Woods kind of made it fun, and you know the history. You know the rest is history. Everybody in America, every ninja in America, especially here in Atlanta, you know, is out on the golf course on Saturday morning. That being said, man, the torque that you put in your body to swing a golf club, and to say you're a professional golfer and you had 3 procedures, whether it's a procedure or surgery or what, in one off season, is not a good look. Same thing I said about RG3, and it's possible to make 100% recovery, but at Tiger's age, what he's already been through, his back being, you know, an issue for many, many years before this. Same thing I said about RG3, man. As much as I'm a fan and I want them to be successful for obvious reasons, you know, I can't bet on it. I can't bet Tiger Woods will ever be, you know, 100%. I can't bet Tiger Woods will win, you know, 4 more majors to tie or pass Jack Nicklaus. I can't do that. I mean, it's just a silly bet. You know, he might feel good today, but that's almost like, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show, that's almost like one of those injuries where just the slightest thing is going to inflame it, and the injury is going to reoccur again. Your back, when you swing a golf club, man, that's something that you really can't control every little, you know, small aspect of your spine. So I know I probably sound kind of negative right now, man, but bottom line is this. If I had to put money on Tiger Woods, and I said this before, Ryan falls all over himself as far as the Tiger Woods love. I love Tiger Woods, but I'm a realist as well. I don't think we'll ever see Tiger Woods we saw 15 years ago again. And he hadn't been the same ever since, 2010. You realize that? The whole thing with his wife and him hitting, you know, tearing up their windshield with the golf club and all of that stuff and beating the hell out of Tiger Woods, That happened back in 2010. It's been 6 years since we've seen that dominating Tiger Woods, because that's kind of like the benchmark of where Tiger lost a lot of his game. And a lot of it's probably mental, because, he's not the same guy, and he went through all of the public, controversy with his wife and cheating with all of these women and whatnot. So mentally, he's not there as well. Just like I talk about with RG3. Mentally, I don't think they're the same people, okay? And so he hadn't been that guy. He hadn't been the dominating, kick your ass on the golf course player, pre-2010. It's been 6 years, 5-6 years. And if you think you're going to see Tiger Woods, man, that destroyed the field in the Masters all the way back in, 2000 or whatever, man, that ain't going to happen. I don't believe. I just don't believe. I hope I'm wrong. Maybe I'm hedging my bet. I hope that I'm wrong, but I just doubt it. I doubt it. I seriously doubt we'll ever see that guy again. Mother Nature running up on his ass. Father Time and all of them cats, those historical people like that. Okay, they just running up on him. And it is what it is. Okay? And Tiger always was that guy that they kind of like separated, like there's golfers and there's Tiger Woods, golfer / athlete. He really brought athleticism to the sport. A lot of cats are taking a page out of his book, but his body is forsaking him right now, and that's just real. 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. When we get back from the break, all I'm going to do is read chat. The last segment of the show, we'll wrap up today's show. I know. What, you want me to sing again? Oh, my gosh. Thank you. I'm not going to sing anything else for y'all today, man. Thank you for all of the kind words. I appreciate it, but we gotta just take care of the business around here. I need to read y'all chat. So I'll read more of your chat. We'll wrap today's show. We'll get ready for the Barbershop Sports Talk podcast. My man Trey and Maestro, Baltimore's finest. And then at 1:30 p.m. today, following them, the Grizz, right here on the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network. So the fun keeps on rolling. Don't go away. The Doug Stewart Show. Fantasy sports fans are winning huge cash prizes every day at DraftKings.com. America's favorite place to play daily fantasy sports. Daily fantasy means no season-long commitments. Play whenever you want. Just pick your sport and draft your team. It's like a new season every time you play, so you're never stuck with the same players. Last year, $300 million were won at DraftKings.com, and you could be next to win big. Go to DraftKings.com now and enter promo code STEW to play for free. That's STEW for free entry now at DraftKings.com. Also, if you use promo code STEW, DraftKings will match your initial deposit up to $600. Deposit $600, play with $1,200. DraftKings.com, promo code STEW. Do you have your own radio show? Are you an artist or a DJ? BB Mobile Apps is the solution for you. They specialize in creating mobile apps for entertainers. That's right. You can have your own mobile app where your followers can hear your shows or music, watch your videos, and view all your social networks in one place. You can even make money with banner ads and send push notifications directly to your audience to make sure they get your messages. Everyone has their phones on them, right? A mobile app will add credibility to your brand because your content will be accessible to them while they're on the go. BV Mobile Apps also makes apps for bloggers, actors, and producers. The process only takes about 20 minutes. Just go to bvmobileapps.com and click Get Started Now. That's bvmobileapps.com and tell them the Doug Stewart Show sent you. This is your folk, Doug Stewart. Want to protect you and your family from life's unexpected mishaps? Then join 7. Join 7 is a prepaid legal company under the umbrella of the Protection Group. Join 7 is the only group benefit or motor club in the U.S. that offers auto reimbursement coverage, key replacement coverage, roadside assistance, gives you a current Medi-File, prescription savings, and fully encompassed prepaid legal benefits that include identity theft. they got your back. The average combined cost to purchase these benefits individually is over $850 a year. Join today and take advantage of all 7 for $17 a month. They've been around for over 20 years, so check them out by clicking on the banner link on my page, thedougstewartshow.com, or the app. Just go ahead and join 7. ...2014 is the year, Throwback Thursday. Thank you for joining me on the Doug Stewart Show. Couple of little things I want to throw out at y'all, man. Y'all still can call in if you'd like, 404-382-0338. You can also email me at doug@thedougstewartshow.com. Don't forget, the Barbershop Sports Talk podcast, Trey and Maestro coming up in about 15 minutes. And following them at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time today, The Grizz right here on SME. 2014 is when the Ebola outbreak really, came into the conversation in this country. 2014 is also when Mike Brown was killed in Ferguson, Missouri. And also in 2014 is sports, as it relates to sports, the Miami Heat get blown out by the San Antonio Spurs 4-1 in the NBA Finals. Yeah. Damn, that seems like a million years ago. You may not have heard about this story because obviously the Puppet Factory is not going to talk about it, or at least they haven't yet. A lot of times they'll try to slip in negative things where it concerns them, later on in the broadcast. But Giants defensive end Jason Pierre-Paul filed a lawsuit Wednesday against ESPN and reporter Adam Schefter for posting his medical records last summer, with the whole thing where he blew off his damn fingers or whatever for that 4th of July accident that he had. The lawsuit filed in Miami-Dade County in Florida alleges that Pierre-Paul's privacy was violated, as was the state's medical records statute, by the report after the player severely injured his right hand in the fireworks accident on July 4th. According to Pierre-Paul's lawyers, Mitchell Schuster and Kevin Fritz, Schefter improperly obtained the defensive end's medical chart, which showed he had his right index finger amputated at Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami. When that story happened, and I'm not a fan of that Schefter guy, no, nothing personal or anything, but I'm just for something, he just rubs me the wrong way. When that story happened, I was like, how the hell are you reporting or showing this man's medical records? How you get that? That's got to be some type of, law breaking. Like the common sense said, I've watched a lot of TV. I've never been a doctor before. I did stay at a Holiday Inn one time. But when I first heard the story, I was like, that's got to be against some type of doctor-patient privilege type thing. That term, that phrase you've heard and talking about, and watching movies and TV, that exists. Like, this is personal information. How did he do that? And I guess ESPN's like saying you're doing your job, but he's this investigative reporter or whatever. That's bootleg as hell. That was bootleg as hell. One more story before I jump back to some chat before we get out of here and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show. Kobe Bryant, there's been a lot of talk over the last couple of weeks about Kobe Bryant's last home game at Staples Center in L.A. Shaquille O'Neal was asked about it a couple of days ago. And he said that definitively he will be there. Even though y'all still hating on Kobe, talking about he told the police on Shaq. Shaq is done with all of that. And so Shaq's going to go and support his former teammate, the guy that helped him win 3 rings. So Kobe Bryant was also recently asked, is his parents going to be there for his last game at Staples Center? And Kobe basically said that he doubts it very seriously, which is a very, very sad thing, man. And the story between Kobe and his parents. His daddy, Jelly Bean, played in the NBA for many years. His daddy and his mother objected to him marrying his wife, Vanessa, for whatever reason it may be. maybe Kobe, they didn't think she was the right person for Kobe. Maybe they thought she was a gold digger or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. This is speculation. I have no idea. But they were never down with Vanessa. And then to top off the whole thing between Kobe and his parents, man, Kobe took his mama to court about some things that she sold and trying to sell a house that he bought for her a couple of years ago. This is probably 2 or 3 years ago. And Kobe took his mama to court. Who takes their mama to court? And now listen, I've always said, and you're listening to the Doug Stewart Show, I've always said it, you know, I'm a Kobe Bryant fan. I'm a respecter of Kobe Bryant on the court. I've never said that I thought Kobe Bryant was a dude I wanted to kick it with and go out and have a beer with. Never. Kobe Bryant's an asshole. He is. Now we don't know the whole story between him and his mama. And I really don't need to hear the whole story. Some people are saying, well, his mama was trying to, you know, be greedy and sell his stuff. And, you know, really there's another part to this story. Man, listen here, man. Let me tell you something right now. There's almost nothing I can think of in the world. And this is where people are petty. And this is where people don't understand. There's almost nothing in the world my mother could do to me to make me so mad that I forget that she gave me life and all the things that she did for me as a young boy growing up and taking care of me my entire childhood that would make me want to take her to court. Or for me to be mad at her to the point where I don't want to talk to my mother. And with the climate right now, Kobe Bryant seemingly is with his parents. So there's nothing you can tell me that his mother and Jelly Bean did against this boy that he wouldn't want to talk to them. And he wouldn't want to have a relationship with his parents. And maybe they're part of the problem as well. Maybe they aren't trying to reach out to him as well. I'm not saying that Kobe's 100% to blame. What I'm saying is, even if my mother did something wrong, what most people would consider wrong to me or towards me, I would truly forget about it very fast. I would. I mean, seriously. I mean, I can't think of one thing. And not only that, even if I consider it to be bad, I'm sure that his mother doesn't consider it to be that bad where they shouldn't have a relationship. You understand? It might be a miscommunication. If you read the story about the dispute between him and his mother and him taking her to court, you could easily see like his mother misunderstood the value of some of these things that she sold at auction or whatever it was. And you know, he bought her this house and she wanted to put it up on market and Kobe was like, no, you can't sell it. It's mine. And like, wait a minute, Ninja, I gave you life and you bought the damn house for me. What are you, some type of Indian giver? You know? So there's a lot of minutia involved with the story. But at the end of the day, man, that's your mama. And for some of us that have lost parents, man, you only get one mama, one daddy. It ain't that serious, bruh. Whatever it is. It ain't that serious. And so I really hate to hear that. But Kobe says that, you know, he wishes in a perfect world that his parents would be there for his last game in a Lakers uniform at the Staples Center. But he doubts it. And that's just a horrible, 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 horrible story, man, from the perspective of somebody that misses his father immensely. You know, you ain't got but one father and one mama, man. And when they gone, they gone. I mean, golly, damn. Let me read some of this chat here in the chat room on Spreaker.com. From Truth Squad Fitness. He says, Tiger was player of the year 2 years ago. Okay, so I guess he's disputing my claim that Tiger's done. When I talk about Tiger being done, and I guess I probably should have stated this. When I talk about Tiger being done, I'm talking about as far as majors. And the reason I say majors, and I'm kind of, you know, honing this towards majors and not towards him winning a bunch of regular season tournaments, is because Tiger Woods is on the record as saying that all that matters to him is the majors. Okay, that's documented. Okay, everyone's well aware that Tiger really considers these minor tournaments, you know, as kind of like practice. It's all about the majors, and I respect that. It's all about winning the Super Bowl. You can talk about how you went to, you know, you remember when the Philadelphia 76ers, or not the 76ers, you remember when the Philadelphia Eagles went to like 3 or 4 NFC championship games in a row? and they ain't win a damn thing. They didn't win a Super Bowl. It's all about the Super Bowl. Same thing with the Buffalo Bills. They went to 4 Super Bowls. But at the end of the day, going to 4 Super Bowls and losing 4, what does it matter? Tiger Woods has that same perspective on the sport. From who we got here? From Miss Mocabella, Doug must have 4 of the BPA on today's show. No live shows tomorrow. No live show tomorrow. We're not doing the BPA today. I said maybe Mocha came into the chat room a little bit later today, but I decided that we're going to bypass the BPA, the Stacey Dash / Jason Whitlock Boyle Penis Award tomorrow. We will do it next week, and we'll encompass nominees from this week and from the coming week to come here. Yeah. So we'll do it next week, Friday.
You gonna eat your beans and cornbread?
Yes, it's your grown man Gator.
Thank you for tuning in to the Doug Stewart Show. I really do appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Can't say it enough. Once again, no show tomorrow. We will be back live Monday, bright and early, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network. All right? So don't fret. Hell, go back and listen to today's show again. Then all of that other crap you're hearing on 95% of the stations on radio. All right? Thank you. Shouts out to my man, Waterhead Walter, producer to the Doug Stewart Show. Thank you, Waterhead. Dwayne Vassan, Gerald Oliveri, the engineers to the show. Thank y'all very much. And as well, one more time, shouts out to all of the Stewies. My man, Paint Gator, and Beans and Cornbread on the production on this hot track. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Once again, we'll do it again Monday, same Doug Stewart time, same Doug Stewart channel. Don't forget, the Barbershop Sports Talk podcast coming up next. All right? Right here on the Stewart Media and Entertainment Network. And then a little bit later, around 1:30 p.m., stay tuned in again for the Grizz. Right here on SME as well. All right? Back Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Peace.
Everybody in the hood knows daddy is a cute. I had to do a song that was trippy for the cute. I'm a cute. When I was knee high, I dreamed to be a cute. And now I'm 25, damn right, I'm a cute. And a step show one day, I'm a cute. Man, when we get second place, I'm a cute. Wreck my LB, dust them off, I'm a cute. Drop chicken on the floor, brush it off, I'm a cute. 4 a.m. still out, hanging with the cutes. I'm a cute. You know how it is when you roll with the cues. You know how it is when you roll with the cues. You know how it is when you roll with the cues. You know how it is when you roll with the cues. I guess by now y'all can tell I'm a cute. Ain't trying to talk down, just saying I'm a cute. I still got love for the those who ain't cute. Some of my tightest partners ain't no cues. They know one thing for sure, I'm a cute. Duty calls, gotta go, no offense, I'm a cute. And they got my backstage line for the cues. I'm a cute. Mama told me long time ago about them cues. Told me I could go Greek, but don't be a cute. It was in my nature to go and be a even in preschool, mama knew I was a girl. Asked me my name, I told her I'm a cute. Teacher asked me my name, I told her I'm a cute. Cops won't ID, I tell them I'm a cute. I'm a cute. You know how it is when you roll with the cues. You know how it is when you roll with the cues. You know how it is when you roll with the cues. Hey, you know how it is when you roll with the cues. Yes, bruhs in the club, don't throw up your hooks. If you ain't a bruh, don't throw up your hooks. Bruhs in the club, don't throw up your hooks. If you ain't a bruh, don't throw up your hooks. Bruhs in the club, don't throw up your hooks. If you ain't a bruh, don't throw up the hooks. Bruhs in the club, don't throw up your hooks. If you ain't a bruh, don't throw up the hooks. But you know how it is when you roll with the cues. You know how it is when you roll with the cues. You know how it is when you roll with the cues.
At Ticket Liquidator, we believe you should have access to the experiences you want to be a part of. Since 2003, Ticket Liquidator has been connecting buyers and sellers with the most sought-after and often sold-out events across the country. Ticket Liquidator's nationwide network gives you access to one of the largest online inventories of sports, theater, and concert tickets, with prices lower than most companies in other markets. And our security policies are solid, so you can buy with absolute confidence. More tickets, better service, and lower prices, so you can witness the best entertainment, culture, and sports events worldwide. At Ticket Liquidator, we know that seeing a legend bring down the house or watching your team win the championship is about more than a ticket. It's about being there. For all your sports and entertainment ticket needs, call us at 855-638-3034. Again, that's 855-638-3034.
Fantasy sports fans are winning huge cash prizes every day at DraftKings.com. America's favorite place to play daily fantasy sports. Daily fantasy means no season-long commitments. Play whenever you want. Just pick your sport and draft your team. It's like a new season every time you play, so you're never stuck with the same players. Last year, $300 million were won at DraftKings.com, and you could be next to win big. Go to DraftKings.com now and enter promo code STU to play for free. That's STU for free entry now at DraftKings.com. Also, if you use promo code STU, DraftKings will match your initial deposit up to $600. Deposit $600, play with $1,200. DraftKings.com, promo code STU. This is your folk, Doug Stewart. Want to protect you and your family from life's unexpected mishaps? Then join 7. Join 7 is a prepaid legal company under the umbrella of the Protection Group. Join 7 is the only group benefit or motor club in the U.S. that offers auto reimbursement coverage, key replacement coverage, roadside assistance, gives you a current Medi-File, prescription savings, and fully encompassed prepaid legal benefits that include identity theft. They got your back. The average combined cost to purchase these benefits individually is over $850 a year. Join today and take advantage of all 7 for $17 a month. They've been around for over 20 years, so check them out by clicking on the banner link on my page, thedougstewartshow.com, or the app. Just go ahead and join 7.
It should go just like we talk normally. Right. That's the idea. You ain't trying to, pretend like, we ain't trying to, because we can curse. We can do the, you know what I'm saying? We say the hell we want.
You are listening to the Barbershop Sports Talk podcast on the SME Network and through SoundCloud.com. Don't forget, folks, check us out on our Facebook page as well as Instagram at Barbershop Sports Talk Podcast. Also, reach out through us on Twitter at Barbershop SPOR, the number 2. And if you want to hit us up for some questions or comments, hit us up through the email at barbershopsportstalk1@gmail.com. I'm Trey Frazier. That's Maestro Styles. What's good, man?
Good, man. Cooler, man. Never day, never dime. I've been listening to this, like I'm sure everybody else in the world has been absorbing this Kanye project. It is what it is. Really, I rocks with that joint, but I'm really rocking with this new Yo Gotti. You know what I'm saying? But I've really been absorbing some music, you know what I'm saying, doing my thing. And outside of that, family good. My daughter, I promise, is going to play her first game on Saturday.
She gonna start this time?
I doubt she starts, but she'll be there. But she'll be there, and she'll get some playing time.
All right.
She'll get some time to run around, and I'll give y'all the update soon as next week. But what's good with you though?
Shout out to our good friend Sharif. He had a business presentation over the weekend, so me and Maestro, we attended that, and good looking out there. Man, I tell you what, you always learn something new in sports every day, man. So this past Sunday, I got up that morning and I turned on NFL Network, and I love the Football Life chronologically, or whatever those episodes of a Football Life. And it just so happened that Terrell Owens' episode was playing that morning. One of the things that I didn't know, which was explained in the episode, was going back to his San Francisco days and I can't remember if it was a playoff game against the Cowboys or if it was a regular season game. Obviously, the infamous running to the middle of the field on the star and all that. What was explained was that before the game, the teammates on the 49ers were asking each other, what's the hole in the roof about at Dallas, the old Dallas Stadium? What's the hole in the roof about? And somebody gave the answer, well, they built it that way because they're quote-unquote America's team, and that's just a symbolism of God looking down on the team.
Yeah.
So when T.O. scored that first touchdown in that game, obviously he ran to the middle of the field and he kind of did the whole, you know, I'm here, it's
like
me.
God shining his light on him.
God shining his light on him.
Yeah.
I've never heard that, because watching the game in real time at the time, you think, oh, this dude is trying to, you know, showboat. He's trying to make a statement here.
I think he still was. I mean, yeah, I think he still was.
Right.
That don't change nothing about what I thought his intent was.
Right.
I don't think he honestly thought that in the middle of a game, in the middle of a touchdown celebration, let me go get some of that, you know, heavenly light shined on me. Just you get it when you walk into this stadium.
Sure,
you know,
but sure.
No, it was still definitely a shot at the Cowboys. It was done.
I don't see why, shot. But I mean,
So
if everybody else on the team was putting that out there and saying,
so why don't the Cowboys do it?
Why don't the Cowboys I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I'm see. Terrell Owens, I believe that he's very smart. He's very strategic. He did, in my opinion, he did that because he
the attention, and
it wasn't like he went. It wasn't like he went in there and was like, "Ooh, I want God to shine His light on me today." That's not why he went to the star and did that.
Okay, I mean, make of it what you will. I mean, I'm just saying that those.
What do you
teammates,
think?
Well, I think that he wanted the attention, obviously, and I also think that to his eyes, it was like, oh, well, let me just give thanks to God. Let me just stand in the middle of the field, look up in the open air stadium with the hole in it, and thank God, because, hey, this is supposed to be... I mean, I think that's part of it. I also think that T.O. wanted attention.
No, I don't think
that's a part of it.
I don't think he had a nostalgic moment where he wanted God to shine His light on him.
But Maestro, part of it was attention getting.
I think
I don't disagree with that.
No, I think all of it was attention getting. Is what I'm saying. I think they were aware of that, and it was kind of his way of mocking the Cowboys, because that's what he was aware of, what their tradition or mythology was as far as the
hole in the roof.
Right. I think he was making fun of that as more than, oh, God, shine light on me. I think it was a shot at the Cowboys.
Well,
I mean,
Emmett took shot. I mean, he took offense to it.
Sure.
Emmett definitely took offense to it.
Which means it worked.
So, yeah, it worked. It got some people hot, and then T.O. did it a second time, and what's his name? Teague. I don't know if he was a cornerback. He popped him one really good there. So
yes.
But you know, needless to say, that was an interesting piece on Terrell Owens, and I know it was a repeat, I'm sure, but that was the first time.
I'll be honest, I don't watch a whole lot of TV, so I don't know if that was a repeat or not. But
yeah, I don't know either. I just happened to catch it that morning, and it was a nice piece on T.O.
Right.
So I know football season's over, but we still got football to talk about.
Man, I think we all really know that there's always going to be something to talk about. It's just a matter of how much credence we're going to give to it on a week-by-week basis.
Yep.
But there's always football to talk about. It's just...
there is no football off season.
Football. The NFL is really good at having us, if you're really a football head, they're really good at giving us something to talk about.
Sure.
But just enough to have us saying, ooh, we can't wait till the football
year
season.
Round.
Yeah. So, firstly, let's get these retirements out the way. Jared Allen retires after 12 years. His statement, paraphrasing, was, I wanted to ride out in Sunset, but now I'm just going to ride out. Obviously, Jared Allen's last year was with Carolina and them losing in the Super Bowl. 4th round pick out of Idaho State by the Chiefs. 5-time Pro Bowler, 4 times All-Pro. 2 years he's been a sack leader. That was in Minnesota.
Yep.
Both years. Actually, I think his last year in Kansas City he led the league, and then his a year in Minnesota he led the league in sacks. Career totals: 643 tackles, 136 sacks, 6 interceptions, 31 forced fumbles, and 4 safeties, which is the most in NFL history. He's tied with some other guy. I don't know who the other guy is, but
I wouldn't be surprised if he gets in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. But what I will say for now is that I think he'll eventually get in the Hall of Fame at some point.
Yeah, he's a
Even
Hall
if
of Famer. He's not a first ballot though. And the reason why I say he's not a first ballot is because he got too much competition with him at that same time. You think Dwight Freeney, DeMarcus Ware, even though DeMarcus Ware is still playing, Robert Mathis, even though I think Jerry Ireland's better than Robert Mathis, Julius Peppers. You got so many.
There's a lot of competition.
A lot of good pass rushers that came around the same time he came around.
Sure.
I think for that alone, he's not going to be a first ballot. But I mean, you can't deny the stats. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. Which
is why I say if he somehow, some way, ended up on the first ballot, Hall of Fame, it wouldn't surprise me because of the numbers. But I get where you're coming from.
The only way I see that he's going to be a first ballot is if some of those guys, because it's more pass rushers that aren't playing.
Now, is Dwight Freeney retiring? Or
that's what I was going to say.
Yep.
Because some of these players are still playing, he might get it. That kind of narrows the field.
Yep.
But just with those kind of pass rushers that he had to compete with on a year-by-year basis, he might get washed off by the wayside because off the list I heard, again, Julius Peppers, DeMarcus Ware, Dwight Freeney, Robert Mathis, he's only better than really one of them that I kind of remember, and that's Robert Mathis.
Right.
So outside of that, that's where he stands as far as me. Man. Heath Miller retires, Steelers Nation.
What, really? It took that much of a sigh because of Heath Miller?
I'm hurt, man. And I know the time was coming. I know the time had to come.
Please.
But Heath Miller retires, Steelers Nation. Career.
You're not going to miss him.
No, I am going to miss him because he's a Steeler. He's okay, he wasn't the super stat guy. I mean, even though he's the best tight end in Steeler,
he was one of those guys that
he's like one of your
man to work every day,
and he was the perfect Pittsburgh Steeler. He was the guy that he goes to work and he goes home. You ain't get nothing out of him but production. You ain't hear nothing out in the news off the field, no bullshit like that. He was just that kind of guy. Mike Tomlin had amazing things to say about him, obviously, and Jason Witten reached out, and a lot of people, because they know he was just that dude where he would go in, play, he produced. Career stats wise, he led Steelers among tight ends, 592 catches, over 6,500 yards, 45 touchdowns. He's also among tight ends in NFL history. He's number 6. He's only missed 8 games in his entire career. Him being a first rounder out of Virginia. Obviously 2-time Super Bowl champion, 2-time Pro Bowler. Unfortunately, I don't believe he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but a Hall of Famer nonetheless. And
I don't know. Wait. No. Time out. Heath Miller definitely belongs in the Steelers Ring of Honor, if there's such thing as that. I'm not sure about the Hall of Fame, man.
6th
I'm not sure.
6th all-time amongst tight ends in receptions. 2 Pro Bowls.
I doubt it, man. I doubt it. If he does, it's going to take some years to get in for him.
That's bullshit. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit that it's going to take years. I don't think he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But you convinced.
It's going to take some time, man.
When you say some time, what you mean?
He might be like Tim Brown. Tim Brown had to wait. It felt like 12 years to get in the Hall of Fame.
I don't know how many years he had to wait, but he damn sure ain't going to have to wait no damn 12 years. That's some bullshit.
I think he's going to wait, man. I think he's going to wait.
Nah, dog.
I don't know. Man. Look, it ain't no Ravens bias here. Like I said, Steelers Ring of Honor, 100%, no doubt. Hall of Fame, it's a stretch, man. It's a stretch.
Nah, dog.
It's a stretch.
Nah, I don't want to hear that shit.
It's a stretch, man. If you're gonna tell me Palomalo, first ballot Hall of Famer, absolutely.
Well, I'm not arguing about first ballot Hall of Fame. I don't think he's going to be first ballot Hall of Famer. But
I'm telling you, I don't think he's going to Hall of Fame, period. And if he does, it's going to take some time to get in.
Based on what?
Heath Miller.
Based on what?
Heath Miller.
Based on what?
Heath Miller.
Based on what?
So you're telling me that of all the great tight ends in the game, Tony Gonzalez, Shannon Sharp.
Gonzalez is going to get in first ballot. Shannon Sharp is already in.
He's already in.
Okay.
So you mean to tell me that with those guys at the tight end position, and I know we're in a passing league now.
But you're talking about, hold on. The two people you just named is a first ballot Hall of Fame, and Tony Gonzalez and Shannon Sharp is already in. Who else? Whatever tight ends you talking about?
Whoever's third, fourth, and fifth. I don't know who that is.
How many more people is better than Heath Miller? You talking about him, Antonio Gates?
Okay, I left Gates out.
Who else you talking about?
Gates is a first ballot Hall of Famer to me.
Who else is better than Heath Miller?
But what does
Off the top of your head.
But what does that prove that he's a Hall of Famer though?
Well, you mentioned the likes of Tony Gonzalez.
I'm mentioning the.
You're
likes
saying it like he wasn't. You're saying it like he wasn't the top guys. 3 tight ends in the game when he played.
He was not mentioned when you talk about those guys. He was
because he wasn't a pass catcher. You know what? Tell me he wasn't a top 3 tight end for the majority of his career.
That what?
He wasn't a top 3 tight end for the majority of his career. You're telling me he wasn't. Heath Miller,
a top 3
tight end for the majority of his career.
No, come on. A top
Tony Gonzalez.
A top 3 tight end.
All right, top 5. Because I just thought about Jason Witten. Top 5.
At blocking?
No.
Or doing everything?
Period. Tight end position.
Tight end, whether he's blocking
from 2004
90% of the time, or
from 2004 when he came in the league to now, you're telling me he wasn't a top 5 tight end?
If it's top 5, he's probably 5. I'd say he's 5.
Tony Gonzalez.
5 or 6.
Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates, Jason Witten. Who else?
Off the top of my head,
Jimmy Graham ain't been there long enough.
Nah, that's not even coming to my head right now.
Dallas Clark.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Dallas Clark.
Which I don't think is better than Heath Miller, but cool.
Why?
Because he don't block.
Okay, so Heath Miller might be a better blocker than Dallas Clark. Dallas Clark might be a better pass catcher than Heath Miller.
I don't think he's when the tight end position requires some blocking.
Sure,
Dallas Clark was more of a glorified slot receiver.
Who's more of a balanced tight end? Who was more balanced?
Heath Miller.
What?
Did Dallas Clark?
No,
Dallas Clark was a glorified slot receiver.
No, not between those two. I'm saying overall, as a tight end, who was more of a balanced tight end? I'm talking about all the guys.
All of them? Heath Miller was the most balanced. Jason, only person that competes with him as far as being a balanced tight end is Jason Witten.
No.
Tony Gonzalez was a wide receiver. Was a wide receiver at tight end. Antonio Gates was a wide receiver at tight end. Dallas Clark, glorified slot receiver.
I'll give you Jason Witten as being a balanced tight end.
Jason Witten, that's the only person that competes with. And we talking about strictly how to play the tight end position. There's Jason Witten and there's Heath Miller. Everybody, I'm not saying that. Dallas Clark, Antonio Gates, and Tony Gonzalez didn't, revolutionize the position because they were way better pass catchers.
Sure.
But if you're talking about how the tight end position was played, there was Jason Witten and there was Heath Miller. And I'll give you Jason Witten probably better than Heath Miller because he just had, be honest, he had more opportunities.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I agree with you there.
But to tell me Heath Miller ain't a top 5 tight end since he's been in the league?
If he's top 5, he's number 5. If he's top 5, he's number 5. I give you that. If he's top 5, he's number 5.
Steelers Nation.
6.
Steelers Nation. You could reach Trey Frazier on his Facebook.
Yeah, hit me up, y'all.
Hit him up.
As a matter of fact,
let this bitch ass nigga know what's really going on. Because you're not about to sit here and disrespect Heath Miller like he wasn't a top 5 tight end and like he don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. Then he's not going to. I'll concede that he might not get in the first ballot, but to say he's not going to get in that second time around, that third time around, that's bullshit.
I think it's going to take more than 3 years for him to get in.
That's bullshit.
That's my opinion, bro. And to the fans out there, look, y'all can reach out to me, Trey Frazier. Y'all know where I'm at. As a matter of fact, we got some comments from the previous episode. We're gonna address those comments a little later in the show. Maestro.
We ain't about to address those ass niggas.
No.
I mean, shout out to the people who show love. I know we knew we working on some things and cool, all that. Shouts out to y'all that supported and all that. But anything that had to do with hating, I did see some, like, I ain't about to call names. We ain't about to do that. We gonna try to keep it.
Yeah, we ain't gotta call names. I mean, there's some comments. It was
a little hate, like, my nigga. How about you listen before you say what you got to say, my nigga.
Yeah,
like,
I know who you talking about too.
But it ain't no, whatever. We ain't about to get. That's not the war that I'm trying to fight. Like that's.
I know who you talking about too.
Concerned with that. We going, you're never as good as they say you are. You're never as bad as they say you are. So that's cool.
Now that we offer retirement, people, let's get to some guys that's getting suspended. Where you want to start?
I mean, we got to get Joseph Randle, man. My dude, Joseph Randle was arrested on 3 counts of aggravated battery, drug possession, and criminal damage last Sunday. Apparently, he hit 3 people with a car and then tried to chase him into the house. Chase him into a house, I guess their house. Whatever, excuse me. This is the 3rd time he's been arrested since he's been released from the Cowboys in 2015. It seems like every time he's been arrested since then, he looks at the police officer and says, "Yep, this is the end of my career."
I was just about to say, if it's not the end of his NFL career weeks ago, it definitely is right now.
Joseph Randle got a problem, and I think that's as simple as you could put it. He has a mental issue. That don't make him less of a person, meaning like he ain't less of a person.
The guy just
got problems, but this nigga
needs a support group.
This nigga got a problem. Football should be the last thing on his mind. At some point, he got to serve. I would imagine he got to serve some jail time. This went from stealing drawers and cologne to hitting people with his car. Come on, let's get together.
Yeah, come on.
If it's
Randall.
one time for the justice system to get together, my nigga, this the time. Justice system, this is me. Hey, he got to do something. He got to do some jail time, some parole, some psychiatric shit, something. He got to do something. This is taking too long. He's been arrested a lot of times, at least 5 to my count.
Yeah, too many times, man.
Yeah,
I mean, he's way beyond Pac-Man Jones at this point.
Well, dude. I just need people to understand the fucking interval here. It went from stealing drawers and cologne to hitting a motherfucker with his car.
Yeah, that's serious, man. God needs some help.
He
needs a support system. Well, speaking of that, whoever his support system is right now ain't doing a really good job with this guy. Not to say that they're to blame for what's happened to him.
because he's a grown-ass man. I agree with you as far as they need a support system, and that's cool. But again, the nigga went from stealing drawers and cologne to hitting a motherfucker with his car. I don't. Maybe this is not registering. I don't know if this is going to register.
And the reality is that that's not even rock bottom for some people. That's the reality.
I don't. Yeah.
For some people, that ain't rock bottom.
Some people just got to do some jail time. I mean, you put the jail system in place to give a motherfucker time to reflect on their life and possibly do better. If there has never been a case of a motherfucker that may need to reflect on his life and try to do better, this is the time. He went from stealing cologne and drawers to hitting a motherfucker with his car within 2 years. let's I don't know what else there is to say about it. I don't know what else there is to say about it. Keeping with the Cowboys, Randy Gregory was suspended 4 games for violating substance abuse policies. Some people are saying it's weed. Some people saying it might not be weed. I think just given his history,
I was gonna say the reality is that this is the second time that he's been busted.
The reality is that it's weed. I don't know what else there is to say. The reality is that he's smoking weed and he got caught again, but he's been suspended for a game. Stephen Jones' quote was, "This is a disappointment. We have been clear with Randy about what his responsibilities are and what is expected." What else do you say?
So is this strike 3 for Randy Gregory with the Cowboys? Even though this is the second time that this has happened?
No. For the Cowboys, no. The fuck? Nah. The Cowboys...
No, I agree with you. I think the Cowboys are just like...
the Cowboys are going to rock with him.
Yeah.
No, the Cowboys going to rock with him. They going, Dez Bryant had his issues in the past. Greg Hardy has his issues, even though it's looking like he's not going to be brought back to the Cowboys this year. Bammers have had their issues. Joseph, we just got finished talking about a motherfucker that went from stealing drawers and cologne to hit a motherfucker with their car. And it took them like 4 arrests for them to say, all right, we need to cut ties. So
sure.
So they're gonna ride. I mean, and it speaks to their storied past. Michael Irvin had his issues, and you know what I'm saying. So I mean, Charles Haley had his issues.
They brought Terrell Owens over.
This ain't nothing new for Dallas. Just for Randy Gregory, you gotta stop smoking weed, my nigga. I'm not gonna, everything in my mind wants to do the Stephen A. thing. But I ain't gonna, I ain't no dick ride. I'm gonna just go ahead and rock with, hey man, you gotta stop smoking weed, man. You getting too much money, my nigga. Like,
yeah, opportunities are there, man.
It's too much money for you to be getting busted. And see, here's the thing. I know we talked about this like episodes ago when Martavis Bryant was dealing with this whole weed issue. We know, like, they know when the NFL is testing them and when they not. There's no reason to be getting caught smoking weed.
No reason at all.
There's no reason to be getting caught smoking weed, because the idea is that just based on the stories that I've read in the past, during the season, you can get by the entire season smoking weed.
Sure you can.
So now, what's the reason for you to be getting caught smoking weed when for the majority of the year, football season, you can smoke it anyway? What reason do you have to get caught and get suspended for 4 games? And then, obviously after that is 10 games, and then after that is 4 seasons. What reason?
Millions of dollars at stake. To me, that's not worth, smoking weed all day.
Sure. And you're right. I agree with that. But if you got to smoke weed and there's loopholes that allow you to possibly smoke weed, why not just get educated on what the loopholes are and then live within the loopholes?
Right.
Nobody's mad.
Yeah.
Nobody's mad. The NFL don't got a problem with Josh going smoking weed. He got a problem with him getting caught smoking weed.
Exactly. Anybody that's getting caught for that.
Yeah,
matter. Ravens tight end Nick Boyle suspended for the first 10 games of the 2016 season. This is his second suspension for the same act, and yet again another Ravens headline in the offseason where it looks bad. It just looks bad all around. I guess he's one of the few promising tight ends the Ravens have. You got Max Williams and you have Crockett Gilmore. At this point, man, I'm thinking Nick Boyle's probably gonna get cut at this point if they haven't thought about it already.
Well, this is John Harbaugh said that Ryan Mink of BaltimoreRavens.com, he still talked to John Harbaugh, and I'm going to paraphrase.
Right.
Basically, he was telling John Harbaugh. Basically, Boyle was telling Harbaugh that, it was stupid, and that, and then, he was saying, yeah, it was stupid, and John Harbaugh was saying that eventually Boyle will grow and learn from this. Boyle being the 5th rounder from Delaware. Problem is that Dennis Pitta might be coming back.
Man, Dennis Pitta just need to just move on, man.
Well, it seemed like the Ravens are still holding on hope for Dennis Pitta. So then at this point, there'll be Dennis Pitta, Crockett Gilmore, and Max Williams already on the team. So,
I know they're still paying Pitta the money, but I mean, the last injury he had, it was non-contact. You talk about the hip. Your hip is the most important or probably one of the most important pieces of your body in terms of playing football.
Yeah.
You can't rely on Dennis Pitta at this point.
Well,
he sat out the entire season last year. He came in the beginning of the 2014 season, and he went out in that Cleveland game without any contact. And you're paying this guy, $6 million a year. I just think at this point it's just time to really just cut ties and let the guy move on with his life. I mean, one more blow and the guy could be on crutches or wheelchair for the rest of his life.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. But it seems, I mean, just again, based on reports, it seems like they're going to try to keep him. And if they keep him and he comes back, and he makes it and he, recovers from this injury, now you got, him who's been proven to be successful, Crocker Gilmore, who's shown some leaps and bounds, and then the rookie Max Williams, who's also shown some leaps and bounds, kind of leaves not a lot of space for Nick Bull.
Exactly.
To make the team when he comes
would just
back.
say
so
good
he's
riddance.
looking like, yeah. So then if you do that, then you
I would say good riddance
to him. So would you say good riddance to him and Pitta? Because you just said get rid of Pitta.
I would say good riddance to both of them.
So you go in the trash.
Crocker Gilmore, Max Williams. Max Williams proves he can play, and the draft is coming up, like you said.
Well, and then honestly, you got a lot of tight ends on free agency. This Ladarius Green, like a few guys that are on the Jared Cook.
Yeah, here's the key for the Ravens offseason. Restructure Joe Flacco's contract, because that's the only way that they're going to be able to partake in free agency this year. Now, all rumors and all things being said is that that's going to happen. We've talked about it since the beginning of last season that this was going to happen. He's got a $28 million cap hit if, this contract continues to excel the way it is.
Yeah.
So I expect that they'll restructure the contract. They'll free up some cap space. They'll probably cut some players. They'll probably cut Chris Canty. They'll probably cut Ladarius Webb, but I'm not sure about that.
Word. Antonio Cromartie got cut by the Jets. Obviously a cap move. Jets saved $8 million in cap space by cutting him. But Cromartie immediately came back and was like, hey, y'all ain't have to cut me. I would have just took the pay cut. Last year, being his 10th season, 31 years old, he didn't have a pick last year. So, I mean...
Yeah, I think Jets fans expected that was going to happen, that they were going to cut him, and, no surprise there. There were some other talks about him maybe moving to safety.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's comfortable playing that position or whether the Jets felt like that was a position that he could play.
Yeah.
But at this point, like you said, he didn't have an interception all season. Maybe it might just be time either make the move at safety or maybe just, call it a career.
Call it a career. Nah, he got too many kids, dog. He can't call it a career because at the end of the day, he still is a viable cornerback. I mean,
right.
I don't think just because he didn't get any interceptions. I mean, and I will say that I've seen a few games where he was kind of exposed. But I don't think that, he's still better than some of these cornerbacks in the game. So I think he'll get picked up somewhere. He'll obviously take a pay cut. The Rams released Jared Cook, Chris Long, and James Laurinaitis to free up $50 million in cap space. What I'm hearing is that...
Ooh, that was $50 million?
$50 million. That's how much they freed up.
Wow, I thought it was about $24 million.
$50 million.
Okay, wow.
What I understand is that they did all of that in order to re-sign Janoris Jenkins and the other cornerback. Now, their plan is to give one cornerback a long-term deal, franchise the other cornerback, and then with the rest of the money, sign a quarterback. They're considering bringing back Sam Bradford.
What?
That's what I read.
Why? Why would you want Sam Bradford?
Well, one thing that's got to happen for sure is Nick Foles got to go. That's what's got to happen. Nick Foles got to go. And I think they don't want to start their venture into L.A. with the way that Nick Foles played. Now, I'm not saying that Sam Bradford is going to be much better. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm simply saying is that they got to do better than Nick Foles. But I did also read something today that Sam Bradford is looking forward to being re-signed with the Eagles also. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah. Getting to James Laurinaitis, he's 29 years old, and I think he's still a good linebacker in this league. I would expect somebody to scoop this guy up, come free agency next month. Jared Cook, I think, is a good tight end. Maybe
just didn't have a quarterback.
Just didn't have a quarterback. Maybe a team out there like the Ravens can scoop this guy up for some depth. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Who else? Chris Long. Yeah, Chris Long got to find another squad.
Oh, he's going to another team. He's going to a contender. Yeah, if they're smart, he's going to a contender.
He's going to find another squad because that guy's got plenty of legs under him left.
And just so you know, one cornerback is looking to be franchised. Their plans is the franchise one sign the other one. The franchise tag for cornerbacks this year is going to be $13.7 million.
13.7. Yeah. I figured it'd be something around there.
Yeah.
Man, is anybody worth that in the league right now? At corner?
Well, they're saying they have confidence that this guy Johnson and or Jenkins. I mean, I know of Janoris Jenkins being a good cornerback. I hadn't really heard much about this Johnson kid, but apparently they got faith that these are two shutdown cornerbacks.
Wow. Somebody like a Josh Norman, I think, deserves that tag just to get a better deal later on.
Yeah, I think Josh. They're going to get him. I think they're going to get. I know there haven't been talks about it yet. I think they're going to get him out the way, though.
Yeah, they should. They definitely should do that.
Speaking of getting people out the way, Malcolm Jenkins, safety for the Eagles, just signed a 4-year, $35 million extension. He's going to get $21 million guaranteed and a $7.5 million signing bonus. Last year he had 109 tackles, 10 pass defenses, 2 picks, 3 forced fumbles, and was an All-Pro last year. So they definitely looking to kind of solidify the secondary the best way they can.
Yeah, good for the Eagles.
Definitely balled last year.
That's a good signing. See, what's going to happen, Maestro, is now that Chip Kelly's out of town, Doug Peterson's in the fold. Now that defense doesn't have to worry about being gassed so much because the offense was running plays every 2-3 seconds. Now that defense can get an opportunity to relax themselves during the game and come in 3 and out, and then they can put their offense back on the field. So
right.
Marcus Colston got cut too.
Oh yeah.
From the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
You sound like the guy's done.
I mean, hey, I feel like he's been washed for the past 3 years. He is the Saints all-time receptions leader, I think, in yards as well, and I believe he might be in touchdowns as well.
Right.
He's definitely been the best receiver that the Saints has ever had, but
it was
undefeated.
Time to part ways.
Father Time is undefeated. He's old. He's washed. I think he'll still get a job somewhere based on who he was.
He'll get a job as the number 3 receiver someplace.
Yeah, it'll be based on who he was.
Sure. And let's not forget, he came in the same year as Drew Brees came in, and Sean Payton did. So that's a lot of history. That's about 9-10 years of of that
explosive passing offense. Yep. And when you really think about it, there hasn't really been before him. There hasn't really been a infamous popular Saints receiver. So I can't imagine.
Joe Horn, maybe. Joe Horn, maybe.
Nah.
Joe Horn was popular.
Yeah, but I don't think he was there long enough. I think if I had to take a guess of who the best Saints receiver was before
Marcus Colston,
I would say it was probably like Nick Toon.
Nick Toon was pretty good.
If I had to take a guess,
he was pretty good.
That's not based on no type of nothing. Just
right. He was pretty good.
Yeah.
But Joe Horn had a few good years in New Orleans.
Yeah, no.
Prior to
Katrina. They have had a history of not having great receivers.
Sure.
So because even
they've had a history of not having great anything.
Yeah. So to have to speak, because even with running backs before Deuce McAllister, there was like Dalton Hilliard. So it's like it's not like they've ever had
they've had a history of nothing.
Yeah, so
we
talking about Joe Horn and Nick Toon, for God's sake.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And what was the black quarterback's name? Man, he played for the Raiders.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Aaron Brooks.
There you go.
Aaron Brooks. Yeah.
Man, good times.
Hey, let's get into some basketball real quick.
Cool.
And let's talk about this Damian Lillard story where he calls out ESPN's Kerry Champion.
And shouts out, before we go in there, shout out to Damian Lillard, who dropped 51 on Golden State last week.
Absolutely.
Beat the Warriors handily, actually. The Bama made like 9 threes. I don't think if I'm not mistaken, he didn't miss a three.
Really?
If I'm not mistaken, but he had 51 points. He didn't have a turnover in the entire game. And then I think they beat the Warriors by like 20.
Yeah, they really, I mean, they put it to him.
Yeah.
He put it to him.
He put it to him, exactly.
He put it to him.
Exactly.
But hey, before we get to the story, we talking about Damian Lillard here. I'm going to make a case for Damian Lillard right now. And no SportsCenter, no Fox Sports, none of these people have mentioned this, but you got to start to put Damian Lillard in the MVP conversation right now. He's averaging 25 points a game. He's averaging 7 assists per game. He's averaging 4 rebounds a game. And anybody out there that thought the Portland Trail Blazers was going to be in a playoff chase this season with all the changes they made, raise your hand. I see no hands being raised. Right. Nobody thought this team was going to be they're the number 7 seed right now in the West. They're a little over 500 right now. And he's playing some of the best basketball, given 80% of his starting lineup went elsewhere in the offseason.
Nah, he definitely balling. I don't know about the MVP talk, but he definitely balling.
Yeah, let me make this clear. Damian Lillard is not sniffing the MVP award.
Yeah.
However, I think his name needs to be mentioned in the circulation of maybe the top 6, top 7 names in the MVP race.
We going 6, 7 names deep for the MVP race?
If we go 6 or 7 names, Damian Lillard's got to be in that top 7.
So he can't be in the MVP race because we can't go 6, 7 names deep in the MVP race.
Why not?
Steph Curry, who's the runaway?
Okay, Steph, LeBron, Kawhi Leonard.
LeBron?
Huh?
LeBron's having an MVP year?
Of course.
Of course?
LeBron is having an MVP year? Was that your question?
You think you feel like he's having an MVP year? Or you feel like you would just give it to him because he's LeBron James and Steph Curry wasn't there?
I would say people will put his name in there because he's LeBron.
All right, because I don't think he's having an MVP year at all. But that's fair. Fair.
I think that's LeBron deserves to be in there.
Russell Westbrook.
No doubt. What I say, Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard deserves to be in the MVP race. I thought Paul George earlier in the season, but his numbers just kind of tailed off a little bit.
Kawhi Leonard?
I think Kawhi Leonard should be in the MVP race right now.
Why?
You see what is... I mean, we've talked about the Golden State Warriors seem like all season, but the Spurs are right there behind them 3 games.
3 games. I get that, but I'm talking about Kawhi Leonard, though. Like, Kawhi Leonard...
Who else on that team besides just maybe, LaMarcus Aldridge is giving them everything?
You don't think Tim Duncan giving them nothing defensively?
Tim Duncan definitely is that rim protector. No doubt about it.
I'll give you that.
But also, Tim Duncan has been resting and taking some easy minutes game by game. Also, same with Tony Parker. Same with Manu Ginobili.
I don't even want to talk about Manu Ginobili nor Tony Parker because they're only there because Greg Popovich is there.
That's fine.
Be clear.
That's fine. But it goes to my point. That with the record the Spurs have at, I don't know, what are they 40 games in the win column and about 10 losses right now?
I mean, I think what you're doing is, and I disagree with it if it's what you're doing. I think what you're doing is because they're the second best team in the league, the best player on that team has to be considered for MVP.
Well, I think Kawhi Leonard's putting the numbers up. He's averaging about little over 20-something points a game. I mean, when you watch Spurs games...
20 points a game...
I'm sorry?
Is 20 points a game a great...
That's why I said he's averaging over. I don't know what the exact number is. But when you watch Spurs games, that's the guy that, more times than not, is getting it done for the Spurs, other than LaMarcus Aldridge, who's still trying to kind of fit his way into the Spurs system.
Nah, I don't think Kawhi Leonard making enough waves to be considered for MVP.
No, that's fine, but he needs to be talked about. He needs
in the MVP race. Nah, but so now you're 4 deep. You can't. So
who else is there? Who
else is really?
Go in the East. Let's stick to the Eastern Conference. Who would you put in the MVP race right now, other than LeBron in the Eastern Conference? You want to give me somebody on
Not
Toronto?
Not a damn so.
You want to give me somebody on Boston?
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
like,
but that's proving my point is that
you
Damian
said
Lillard,
6-7 deep. We at 4 right now.
Right, and I'm saying, but you were saying that Damian Lillard doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the 7. Why?
Because
who else in the Western Conference can you name besides the names we just racked off?
Draymond Green is playing better than Damian Lillard.
Okay, that's what, 5.
But my point is that 5 is too much. We're talking about Draymond Green in MVP conversation.
But why is
that's retarded?
Why is that too much?
Though? That's too much.
Why?
That's too much.
Why?
Because all of them ain't balling to the level of MVP.
But that's the purpose of being mentioned in the MVP category.
So we supposed to mention motherfuckers that's not balling at MVP level.
That's not?
That's not. Damian Lillard is playing good ball. He's not balling at MVP level.
Well, given where his team is at and given the expectations that experts had on this team.
The reason why when Russell Westbrook last year was being considered at one point for being the MVP.
Sure.
And they was the 8th seed. It was because he was averaging a triple-double.
He was averaging triple-doubles, no doubt about it.
The only thing that we're talking about that's making headlines for Damian Lillard is this one game where he beat the Warriors.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm referring to more than just the one game. I'm referring to I'm referring to where his team is positioned in the Western Conference that many people did not have making the playoffs this year because he had his other starting 4 guys go to other teams in the offseason.
Do you understand the concept that Kawhi Leonard being an MVP is a reach?
How is that a reach?
You're saying, and this is just my opinion, you're saying that he should be considered for MVP.
No. I said he should be in the MVP race. His name should be circulated around the MVP talk in the race.
So
there's a race, and then there's a guy that is clearly.
Would you agree that? And I'm just playing devil's advocate, right? Would you agree that Kawhi Leonard is steps beyond Damian Lillard right now?
It's steps beyond, meaning
better.
That he's better than Damian Lillard.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say that he steps better than Damian Lillard, but if I had to pick 2 of those guys, I would pick Kawhi Leonard because Kawhi Leonard can defend also next to his offensive game. So I think he plays on both sides of the ball better than Damian Lillard does. So I would give Kawhi.
Well, I would say that Damian Lillard is a better offensive player than Kawhi Leonard.
Sure, but Kawhi Leonard can play both sides of the ball.
Kawhi Leonard is longer, and he's the star of a team that's winning more games than the Portland Trail Blazers. That's the only reason. That's the only reason I've included him in this three horse race that I'm considering. That should be the only people that's considered for MVP. My 3 race, if you had to make a race, Steph Curry, who's we already know. Sure. LeBron, because he's LeBron, and Russell Westbrook.
Okay.
Who else are we talking about?
Did we forget Durant's name? Did we forget Durant's name?
Nigga ain't got no heart, B.
Good segue.
But yeah, and we'll segue from there because we could do that conversation for a long time. So on ESPN Sports Center, Curry Champion and some other cat. I'm not going to disrespect him. I don't know his name, but
David Lloyd.
Okay, well, good job, Trey. He didn't make the headlines in my book because he didn't say no outlandish shit. So they came up with their top 5 players that they would build a team around. With none of those cats mentioned Kevin Durant. Chris Broussard jumped in and was like, "Are y'all crazy?" David Lloyd said basically he's had injuries, whatever.
Yeah,
Chris Broussard went with that.
Yeah, he brought up the foot injury that Kevin Durant had.
Cool. And then Curry Champion was like, he ain't got no heart. And I'm paraphrasing, but the way I took it and from the way I heard it when we just listened to it before we went on air, she said that nigga ain't got no heart. And I love Kevin Durant. Let me preface my comments.
And you hope as a Wizards fan.
Well, I already gave up on that. I already gave up on that.
Okay, we'll get to that in a little bit.
But when I look at Kevin Durant's career, amazing ball player. Amazing. But would some say if it wasn't for the investment that this, Kevin Durant being, and when he was in Seattle, he's been their franchise player since he's been there. But let's say, theoretically, if they came into the league in the same year, Westbrook and Durant,
right?
Who do you think would be further along in their career right now based on their gameplay, Kevin Durant or Russell Westbrook?
Oh, I would say Russell Westbrook.
My point exactly. Does it seem like, when you think of a franchise player, a star player, you think about who takes over in the fourth quarter? Sure. Who takes over when the team is flat and, who
gives the team energy? Who gives the building energy? Who's that rough rider?
In Golden State, there's Steph Curry, obviously. When you need something, that's who you go to.
Yep.
When you think about the Bulls back in the day, it was Jordan. When you think about the Lakers, it was Kobe. When you think about the Heat before LeBron got there, it was Dwayne Wade. Yep. And then it became LeBron James. I mean, in the Cleveland now with LeBron James. In the Knicks is Carmelo Anthony. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you got stuck, when you could, that's your franchise player.
Shout out to Chris Paul, too. He's one of those guys, too.
That's the guy you go to.
Yep.
With Wild, I believe Kevin Durant is a much better offensive player. I mean, much better offensive player than Russell Westbrook. The fact is that Russell Westbrook wants it more than Kevin Durant, seemingly on the court.
Sure.
And it shows. It's been
body language, all over.
What he's doing as opposed to what Durant isn't doing. I remember, I want to say it was Game 4. The Heat beat them 4-1 in that finals, right?
Yeah, the Thunder won the first game at home, and then
it was either Game 4 or Game 5, okay. And the Thunder was, they was getting lashed, and I remember looking at the game thinking, like, man, Kevin Durant got to do something. And who was it that stepped up and he ended up with like 45 points in the game? None other than Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook was just he decided, look, we not about to go out like this. And they still lost. But, he went in. Like, it's too many examples.
Yeah, Russell Westbrook plays angry.
And it's too many. And I get it. Kevin Durant ain't angry. But damn it, maybe you need to get angry. And I'm not gonna say you ain't got heart. I don't think that's the case. I just think that Kevin Durant is lackadaisical, and Russell Westbrook ain't lackadaisical.
I think Kevin Durant, with his body language, needs to show more on the court that, hey, look, I'm the guy, and if we're down in the situation, y'all niggas need to give me the ball.
Yeah, because let's keep it a buck. If he had all the anger on the court that he had for media,
yep,
shit, we might be talking about he the best ball player in the league.
Oh, absolutely.
And he's definitely, I gotta say he's my number 2 because he used to be my favorite, but when Steph Curry came along, I had to swap. Right. So he's my number 2. But you know what I'm saying? You gotta. I'm not gonna say he don't get heart, but damn, the Curry champion ain't on to something. Right? Something.
Yeah. I think she's onto something. And let me just give you just a little bit of Kerry Champion's background as a sports fan. She loves the Los Angeles Lakers. She's wears it on her sleeve,
and she's sexy.
She talks about it even when she was on First Take and all that stuff. So she's Laker. She's Laker crazy. She's had Dwight Howard on that team. What was it? A year? Dwight was when he got traded there. He was there for a year.
Mm-hmm.
When a player doesn't have the quote unquote the heart, because now we're talking about the whole Dwight Howard syndrome, if you will.
Right?
Is this a situation where maybe not just us, but maybe media in general is labeling Kevin Durant as the guy that isn't hurt enough or doesn't get mad enough when he fails? Is it?
Yeah, I don't want to. He been in the league for a minute.
Yeah,
let's say he's been in the league for a minute.
He's been in the league for a minute. 2007. Okay. 2007.
He's been in the league for a minute.
Yeah. It's time.
I feel like we know. I feel like it has to come to a point where we know who he is at this point.
Sure. He's what is he, 6'8"?
6'10".
6'10".
pulls up from wherever he want to.
Is what, 7 feet?
Yeah, he pulls up from wherever he want to pull up from.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, my dude. Like, I picked the Thunder to win that finals, man.
I remember that. I think everybody was hoping, because everybody hated the Heat.
But I didn't necessarily hate the Heat. I was just more so expecting Kevin Durant
to show out. Like, this is
DMV native.
Yep.
I mean, it might be me being a little fan of a little bit.
But you know what it also was? For me, it was them beating the Spurs in the conference finals that year, the way they did it.
The way they did it, right.
Because the Spurs, if you remember that year, they had racked off like 22 straight games going into the postseason.
But I'm going to tell you what's really good about that, too. I don't feel like they beat the Spurs so handily because of Kevin Durant looking back at it. I look at Russell Westbrook having to deal with Tony Parker, and Tony Parker, more importantly, having to deal with Russell Westbrook.
And I also looked at James Harden closing the game 5 out.
Right. I don't really, not to say that, Kevin Durant is going to get his points. He's going to be Kevin Durant. He's going to score. He's probably number 2 when it comes to having to score.
Right.
So he can get his points, and you can never take that away from him. He know how to get buckets,
no doubt.
But when it's crunch time, I don't see enough of him when it's crunch time.
Yeah, I don't want to go into the arena of just giving him the Dwight Howard syndrome just yet.
Nah, I won't give him Dwight Howard syndrome, because at the end of the day, one thing that's going to be for sure is he going to get you buckets, and he going to get you buckets well into his career. Dwight Howard's defense is dwindling because of his injuries, or maybe
the back injury,
or maybe him just not wanting to play. So outside of a major injury like that for Kevin Durant, I don't feel like Kevin Durant's point production is going to go down too far until the end of his career, obviously.
Right.
So I don't want to put him in that thing. But to continue the story, Damian Lillard put a tweet out there that said, I think did you have the tweet exactly?
Yeah, I had the tweet up, and I hate these phones, man. There's always, you're always doing one thing and you're trying to maneuver over to the next. But basically he was just saying, like, this woman on ESPN said something about KD and she doesn't know sports or something similar to that.
But Twitter took exception to him saying this woman, and then he put out another tweet saying, it's not about the gender, it's more about the comment. Nothing real big. I feel like Damian Lillard, he was putting on for a friend. I don't really know what, why he felt the need to respond. I guess maybe he felt like Kevin Durant half hard. I don't know.
Maybe. Maybe that's his boy. I don't know.
It's probably his boy. I don't know.
Maybe that's his boy.
But I thought that was a little extra. I am interested to see if Curry Champion is going to respond, though. That's
I think she's too classy for that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Nah,
it wouldn't surprise me.
And I don't want to say if she responds, she's not classy.
She's from L.A.
I think she might respond.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Hey, we just want to give a good shout out to Anthony Davis, power forward for the New Orleans Pelicans. He had a monster game a couple nights ago against the Detroit Pistons. 59 points, 20 rebounds. He joined some pretty good elite company here. So there's 4 active players in the league right now with 59 points or more in a game. You got Anthony Davis, who just did it a couple nights ago. LeBron James did it a couple years ago. Carmelo Anthony did it a couple years ago also. Yeah. And Kobe did it 5 times in his career. Right. One of 3 players to have 55 points and 20 rebounds, himself, Shaq, and Wilt Chamberlain. That's some pretty good elite company right there.
Right. And obviously this is the league, well, not obviously, but this is the league high this year in scoring. He just, beat Boogie Cousins by 3 points. Boogie Cousins had 56 earlier this year.
Right.
The second youngest player to do this, only person who's done it at a younger age is Bob McAdoo. I think it's important to point out the efficiency.
Yep.
2 out of 2 3-pointers, 9 out of 10 free throws. I believe he did this in like 24 shots, I want to say.
Right.
He outscored his team by 7. And he also had 4 assists in his game. So,
Crazy.
Imagine that he scored 59 points and still had some room to drop some dimes.
No doubt.
It's kind of amazing. I know we talked about this. I know we talk about this off the air, but definitely one of the best big men. But his game is so like, because I don't even want to call him a big man no more. It doesn't even feel right to call him a big man because he could break you down off the dribble. I mean, you can't say he's not a big man because he averaging like 2.2 blocks a game.
Yes, he is.
So it's not like he's not protecting the rim.
He's a complete player. I think he has the potential. If you've ever seen a complete player ever in life, I think this might be the guy, man, because he's got the height, but he does it all. He might be the best player in the league in a few years. And we said that a few years ago. I know, but I mean, his team where they're at right now is not very good, but I expect that to be a little better moving forward, for years to come. Mm-hmm. He might just very well be the best player in the league. He can kill you from outside with the 3-point shooting. By the way, he can hit his free throws. Right. What is he? Close to 89% free throw shooting? So you can't kill a brother for that, man. He's got an all-around game. Hey, I wanted to give you an opportunity to wax poetic about your Wizards because they made a trade that you and I kind of discussed over the weekend, and we both kind of were on the same page in terms of what the compensation that was given up by the Wizards was for. So I'm gonna let you, Well, I guess Ernie Grunfeld, you've had your time, my brother. You've had your time, man. I think it's time to. I think it's time to change some things up, man. Because I'm okay with Markieff Morris coming to the Wizards for DeJuan Blair and Chris Humphries. I'm okay with that. But the reason that you gave them a first-round pick is freaking beyond me. Markieff Morris has the capability of being a very good ball player, but he got to want to play. It doesn't seem like he's been real motivated to play his last few years in Phoenix. I just can't imagine what warranted a first-round pick. I don't really want to dwell on this because my feelings are hurt. You're turning red over there. Like it's my feelings are hurt. Upset. My back hurts. It has nothing to do with that. But I'm stressed out because I'm not stressed out. I'm just irritated. I just can't imagine what warranted a first round pick. Also, as I said earlier in the episode, the whole KD thing for me, and we talked about this. For me, it seems like you got who you want to play, and even though he's traditionally a power forward, Markieff Morris, I feel like y'all kind of just making a decision that we're not going to go for Kevin Durant. Now, this is where I disagree with you. And also including that Kevin Durant has no intentions, or at least so far he says that he doesn't want to be with them. Yeah, this is where I disagree with you in terms of the compensation. The first round pick, Phoenix robbed them, basically. I mean, robbed them blind. Because they should have just gave up Humphries and DeJuan Blair in that trade. But here's where I think we both differ. I don't think getting Markieff Morris signifies that Kevin Durant's not coming here or that the Wizards had given up hope that he's not coming here. To me, it could potentially say that, hey, you know what? We might not need this first round pick because we got so much confidence that when the offseason comes, we got Kevin Durant right in our hands. We don't need that first round pick. In addition to that, I don't know what the Markieff Morris contract situation is. I don't know if he's a free agent at the end of the year. Nah, I don't know either. I don't know. So, make of that what you will. But I could see a situation where the Wizards are possibly thinking, hey, we got so much confidence, we could just give the first round pick up. Now, do I believe that? No, I don't believe that. But wouldn't surprise me if Ernie Grunfeld thought of that, in the process. Get Ernie Grunfeld the fuck out of here. While we dealing with trade deadlines, because let's just go ahead and get to the other major trades. Were they major, though? No, they weren't. Just the biggest ones that we had to announce. So basically, the Cavs get Channing Frye
they sent Virgil to the Portland Trailblazers. They cut Virgil within 5 minutes of him being there.
And he'll probably go back to Cleveland.
No. He went to Golden State.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he went to Golden State.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. He's smart. He's trying to get that ring.
Yeah, he's trying to get a ring.
He's smart.
And apparently there was a market for Virgil. Like the Spurs looked at him.
Mm-hmm.
There was a market to get him once he was released by the Trailblazers. So they ended up Warriors ended up picking him up. He'll run the floor. Whether they're not looking for him for points. They're looking for him for hustle minutes and things of that nature, and he'll probably get a ring off of just some hustle defense, just little shit like that. Right. And talked about Markieff Morris, Josh Smith went back to the Rockets. Jeff Green to the Clippers, and is that right? Lance Stevenson went to the Grizzlies.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
He
was in that Jeff Green trade.
Right. So that was the other big trade. Nothing else really worth.
The only impact out of all those trades that I could see making a big leap, I think the Clippers have found a guy that can take Blake Griffin's scoring place, if you will.
Nah.
Not necessarily be Blake Griffin, but a guy that can, I don't know, is Jeff Green starting or is he coming off the bench?
Not knowing, I'm pretty sure he's coming off the bench.
Okay.
At least to start.
Okay, well, if he's coming off the bench, then that's a guy that can give you some instant offense, similar to a Jamal Crawford, potentially.
Oh, no.
Why? Why?
Jeff Green is a spotty scorer. He's not that good. He's not.
Jamal Crawford, I would say, is kind of spotty too.
I disagree. Jamal Crawford is
he's very spotty. He can have some off nights.
Sure, everybody has off nights, but if you're talking about scoring, if you're talking about a scorer, Jamal Crawford is a scorer. Jeff Green is better on defense than he is in offense.
Sure.
So no, I wouldn't call him. And
they need defense for sure.
And that's what I was going to say. I think the Cavs getting Channing Frye with that's not going to be nothing that's going to change the dynamic of the team.
Right.
They wanted shooting, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to be able to shoot that three ball. I don't think you're going to get much else out of him. So I guess if somebody had to win, I'd say the Cavs, because that's what they wanted. They wanted to get a shooter. They got a shooter.
Right.
But that's all I leave it.
Can Channing Frye defend?
He's been known. I mean, the dude is 6'10".
You would think, right?
Yeah, you would think he can do something. I mean, I don't think you put him on, the top scorers in the league. I don't think you put him on Kevin Durant in this situation.
Okay.
But I take that back. You would put him on Kevin Durant in this situation, but you wouldn't put him there thinking he's going to shut Kevin Durant down.
Because I'm still trying to figure out the Cavs team in a sense that Kevin Love's still there, and while he gives you the scoring, he's terrible on defense.
Well, they play power forward, so I mean that they both play power forward, so that also helps as well. Rick Pitino, Louisville banned them from the postseason. They banned themselves. It was a self-imposed ban. As the NCAA is investigating claims made by Katina Powell that she and other escorts were paid money and given game tickets by a basketball staffer named Andre McGee in exchange for having sex and dancing for Louisville players and recruits from 2010 to 2014. I think what kind of sucks about this is a few things. The Cardinals are 21-6 right now, second in the ACC. They're ranked number 11 in the AP poll. And then Damian Lee and Trey Lewis, they came back this year for the hopes of playing in the tournament. And now here we are, Louisville banning themselves from the postseason.
Yeah, that sucks for the Cardinals there. And it sounds like Rick Pitino is trying to keep his mouth shut. And I think media, fans, I think people who are investigating the situation closer than what we are want this guy to just come out and just say, hey, look, you were aware of this. You knew what was going on here. Why are you covering up here? And I think at the end of the day, this is going to result in Rick Pitino either stepping down from coaching this team, or the university is just going to have to take a stand and say, you know what, we're not going to put up with this. Rick Pitino, thank you for the championship in 2013. thank you for the coaching, thank you for all that. We gotta let you go, bro.
Rick Pitino put out a statement yesterday basically saying that he could see himself coaching for the next 15 years for Louisville. And, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think that they're good. I think he's going to catch hell for this, strictly because it happened on his watch.
Sure. Yep.
That's it and that's all. Yep. It's not because they think he did anything he wasn't supposed to do or nothing of that matter, but he's going to catch some hell for it. I don't think it's going to cost him his job. I think he's too strong he means too much to Louisville. He's done too much for him in the past, especially if nothing real come out of the investigation. I think he'll be good. Finally, if you ain't heard right now, the dynamic of newscasting has been revolutionized by none other than Sean King and Jason Whitlock.
Now, Jason Whitlock, formerly of ESPN, he's now with Fox Sports. He was on The Herd. I guess it's Colin Cowherd's show, but he might have been filling in for him.
Yeah, so he was filling in.
He decided he was going to have Sean King on the show and explain the entire Peyton Manning article, explaining why Sean King had to inject himself into.
Well, let me cut you off because I feel like we need to give it some backstory.
Go ahead.
Sean King did an article on some New York newspaper, and I feel like we reported that last week. Sean King, not Sean King, Jason Whitlock saw this story, didn't like how Whitlock felt like Sean King was presenting this story and this document, this court order, as fact, as opposed to just the witness being Norwright's, Dr. Jamie Norwright's case and account of what she felt like happened. She got, other players and things to state cases for, things like that. But the way I understand it is that court document was written specifically for Norwright. It's supposed to be all the things that support her case.
Right.
And there hasn't been a court document that I know of or that we know of to support Peyton Manning's case. At least that's been released where somebody to read it and write a story about it. So Jason Whitlock took exception to that, saying, this isn't the truth. Like, you're presenting this to be a real story. And he wrote a column in some small newspaper. I don't know where he writes his columns.
He being Jason Whitlock?
Being Jason Whitlock wrote, and he was basically going in on Sean King, like, yo, this Bama this is not journalism, essentially.
Right.
Sean King took wind of that and went to Twitter, start going in on Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock, they
had their back and forth.
Their little Twitter feud. After the Twitter feud ended, I guess somebody had the bright idea of saying, let's hash this out on air.
Right.
Let's have an opportunity.
Sure.
I got my questions. You got your. Let's find out what this story was about. This is what Jason Whitlock claims his approach was. So they get on the radio and he goes in. Jason Whitlock asked Sean King off rip, why are you including yourself in this story? Which I didn't really feel like was the first question to ask. You could tell there was beef.
There was tension.
Yeah.
While he was on that microphone.
I'd invite anybody to, check that out on YouTube. That's where I saw it on YouTube. I just typed in Jason Whitlock versus Sean King and it popped up. So if you want to hear this audio, feel free to go on YouTube and check that audio out. So basically, it's, you could tell that it was still brewing from the whole Twitter thing, because the Twitter thing, they went in. They was, you ain't no real journalist. You ain't black. It was real.
Oh, Sean King was cussing Jason Whitlock out on Twitter. I mean, it was crazy.
They went in. So then they get on the Colin Cowherd show, The Herd, and Whitlock is filling in for whatever reason. Off rip, he asked him about why he included his name in the story. Now, I feel like the first question should have been, what approach were you trying to take with the story? Because it seems like you were presenting this story as sheer fact without taking in account the other side of the story.
Sure.
That's what I felt like the approach should have been.
Right.
But it felt like they took an immediate, personal attack. He took an immediate personal attack on Sean
It was
King.
like they were continuing the Twitter beef, on
radio.
air.
And it's funny because Whitlock was like, "No, we don't want to do that. If you want to insult me, we could do that on Twitter." But it seemed like the question was like it was insulting.
Right.
He was trying to insult him without seeming like he was trying to insult him.
Sure.
So off rip, Sean King went in. Like, I don't feel like I should even be having this conversation with you because you had this intern or assistant that you hired and you was abusing her, and she wrote a 25-page letter about how you was treating her wrong and abusing her, this, that, and the third. And long story short, they went into this big old Twitter beef via radio about
Now here's where it kind of got crazy for me. Jason Whitlock hung up on Sean King the first time when Sean King was trying to get at him, and Jason Whitlock was like, "Look, we're not about to talk about that. I'm asking you a question about this story. I want to get your story." So, like you said, Maestro, he hung up on him 3 times because Sean King is trying to get his point across.
Yeah.
Here's my message, and look, I haven't been doing this for long. Me and Maestro, we've been doing this for feels like 22, 23 weeks now, basically since the start of the football season. Look, I know radio shows in New York City, particularly on The Fan, where they ain't gonna hang up on you. Look, you want to hash your beef out on air? Hash your beef out on air. I don't like what Jason Whitlock did in terms of hanging up on Sean King. Now, is Sean King a little, off on his approach to the interview? I would agree with that. But let that thing hash out. Now, obviously, like you said, they took the Twitter beef and they put it on air. That's basically what the aura...
That's what they did.
Yeah, that's what they did. I mean, you could feel it in Jason Whitlock's, not his voice, but you could
you could
tell.
You could feel it in both of their voice. I'm certainly not about to sit here, and I agree with you on both terms. He should have let him talk, and maybe he shouldn't have been attacking him. But it felt like Jason Whitlock attacked him first. So he came. But I'll be honest with you, if Jason Whitlock didn't attack him first, I feel like Sean King would have attacked him first.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel like this was...
Either way, it was going to go down this road.
Point. So long story short, they argued about, about how soon that the court document was out and all that and all this. I don't really care about what happened. This is what I want to talk about.
I don't care either.
Is this WWE or what? I feel like this is like rap beef in the news, and I'm not going to lie to you, I was kind of entertained.
Look, this feels like sports reporting, journalism. It feels like the beef. I mean, whether it's on Twitter, Facebook, whatever social media outlet you want to throw out there, it seems like this entire thing, if not, has revolutionized.
No, I'm not going to say
sports reporting beef, if you will. It's kind of like it used back in the day. A reporter would come to work, do his column, write his story, whatever, and then go home. Nowadays, with television, with networks, and
social
media, with all this stuff going on, journalists, sports reporters, everybody wants to be on TV now.
No, I love it. I ain't gonna lie to you, I love it. And
no, it's good.
I love it. It's wrestling, and I.
It's good. It's fine by me.
I think this is going to be a dynamic where I think it's going to be an important dynamic, and I don't know where this is going to go from here. I wouldn't be surprised if newscasters or journalists or journalists to sportscasters. I think there's a market for this, and I think people see that people are going to take advantage of this. And the reason why I wanted to make this a topic is because I wanted to make sure that Barbershop Sports Talk podcast said it first. This is about to be a dynamic. This is about to be happening.
Yes.
This is about to be Al Roker beefing with Tony Perkins, the two weather, back when they were weather guys.
Yep.
But this is about to be WWE via journalism.
Journalism is journalism beef. I mean, it's about to be like Stephen A. with Kevin Durant, even though Kevin Durant's a player.
Right.
But it's about to be along those
And I guess
lines.
this stuff has always happened. But this Twitter rant or this Twitter beef that happened really, like, Kashawn King is who he is and who he's been to, Black Lives Matter and his views on
kind of
politics.
a civil rights leader type, a little bit. That's what people call him. I don't know if I buy that.
I'll leave it at his views on politics, his support for Black Lives Matter, how he feels about certain things, and then with Whitlock being the guy with edge, my air quotations, the guy who will say what he want to say and he don't care about
race. With the history of Jason Whitlock, from the Kansas City Star to Fox Sports to ESPN,
and then to the alleged, the whole alleged thing about the assistant or whatever. Thing. Like he basically, he gonna do what he want to do, how he want to do it. Is what I gather. From
and
him.
Race seems to always be a topic with his stories and some of the things he reports and some of the things he writes about in his columns. It seems like race sometimes, or most of the time, is something he's using to make his point across in his columns. So, to me, I would like to see, particularly these two guys, but I would like to see these guys get in the booth, microphones on.
Oh, man.
Timbaland, Pharrell, whatever producer you want to get out there and just spit 16. Don't even spit 16. Just go off the rip. Just say what you got to say. Spit your bars. I would love to see that put on wax.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, this really could get to like where, how you kind of like it's like First Take on steroids. Because because the people generally don't like each other.
Sure.
So this could really, like, you heard it first from the Barbershop Sports Talk podcast, and we probably don't see a dime off of it because this was our idea, and we should be editing this so nobody get this idea. It should be a show, because this happens all the time where journalists that don't like each other, because of whatever their beefs are, these two people should be able to debate with a moderator. Again, First Take on steroids. Because the thing is that Skip and Stephen A., they like each other. They just don't agree on a lot of shit.
Right. I think Maestro, we need to pitch an idea to HBO or Showtime.
Yeah, because they got to be able to curse.
Yeah, sure.
They got to be able to curse.
And put an idea out there that, hey, let's have two journalists or sports reporters that don't like each other.
And make sure they don't like each other.
Exactly.
And they got to talk shit on Twitter. They got to do Periscope and Instagram videos. It got to be beef. We got to know, people that are... This could be like a reality show or something like that. Absolutely. It's got to be in the scheme of people that are in that, news world or sports news world or whatever that we know don't like each other for whatever reason. And they got to hash it out on Twitter and be like, all right, fuck it. I see you on
whatever show.
Sports journalists attack. I don't know.
Right.
But whenever this shit happen, they got to get that shit popping. You heard it first on the Barbershop Sports Talk podcast that this show should get popping. We need a finder's fee.
Yeah, we need some lawyers. We need some people that can... kind of pitch this idea, and we need to trademark it too. We need to trademark this idea for real.
ASAP. We need to get on that ASAP.
For real. Hey, just, we got a couple minutes left here, but just wanted to go through kind of this top 25 in the college, AP college rankings here. Not going to give everybody a shout out, obviously, but just maybe a couple things that kind of stand out to me. Villanova's number one. They've been number one, I think. This is the fifth week now. We've had maybe 6 teams that have been ranked number one this season. So really, there's really no great team out there that's above everybody else here. Kansas number 2, Virginia number 3. Go on down the list. Xavier, Michigan State. Our Terps are there at number 10, even though they were ranked number 2 at the beginning of the season.
Right.
They're hanging right there.
Well, what teams that I don't think it's necessary to kind of go down all the way down to 25, but what teams, going in, March Madness is going to come up soon. What teams in that top 25 are you looking forward to seeing?
I'm looking forward to Michigan State because it don't matter who the players are, year in and year out.
Yeah.
Tom Izzo seems to always have his teams right there. I mean, they were there in the Final Four last year, so in this wide open tournament, which is expected this year, they could be right back there again.
Right.
I'm interested in Maryland, and we have rooting interests because we both live in the state of Maryland, but I'm interested to see what they're going to do. The problem I have with the Terps is that they turn the ball over too much.
Yeah, they've lost to some unranked teams some this year. And I'm interested because I'm a Terps fan, but that's it. I'll be honest with you, man. They've lost some games that really just left me scratching my head.
They lost to Minnesota the other day. It was very
They've
weird.
really lost some games that just had me scratch my head because they're a good team and they're a team that I would think playing at their top level would have wreck for anybody in the tournament.
Sure.
But it's just little fuck-ups like that just make me feel like,
little things like that.
Yeah.
And Melo Trimble, shout out to him, point guard for the Terps. He's got to be more of a scorer for this particular team this year. I get it, he's trying to be a distributor and all that, but you take Melo Trimble out this lineup, you really don't have a guy that can, A, run the show efficiently, and B, that can get you the scoring that you need, because other guys like Suleiman, Robert Carter Jr., those guys can have some off nights here and there. So those are the two things to me that, interest me mostly.
Yeah, like I said, Maryland, and then the other team, you can't count Duke out, man.
You can't. You know what's crazy about that? They were outside the top 25.
The top 25, yeah.
And they just jumped all the way to 15. And I think it was because of that win in North Carolina.
Exactly.
I think that's what catapulted them up. You're right. You can't count Duke out.
You can't count Duke out. North Carolina, I know a lot of people felt like they were going to be the team that kind of broke away and became the dominant team. And their loss, then Duke kind of shut that down.
Oh, absolutely.
So I don't think you count them out because of that Duke loss. That's a rivalry that's been, for years and for years. So I don't want to count them out. Kansas is Kansas. That's Bill Self. I'm trying to kind of point out teams that we're not really expecting. And the reason why I said Duke is because they have been underachieving pretty much all year.
Sure. Kentucky's been underachieving.
Right. And but then you still, but the two teams that kind of interest me obviously is Maryland and then Duke, just because, like I said, they were unranked, and then now here they are at number 15 now. So I'm interested to see how they'll show out.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's going to be exciting. I think the Selection Sunday is another 3 weeks away.
3 weeks from now.
Yeah, ASAP. All right, well, people, that's it for the show. Don't forget, hit us up on the Facebook page. Reach out to us through Instagram at Barbershop Sports Talk Podcast. Hit us up through Twitter at Barbershop SPOR2. And email us with any questions.
Shout out to the Capitals.
Oh, yeah. What you want to say about the Capitals?
Hey, you already know, man.
What's the best start?
43-10, 4 ties. Best NHL start ever.
Now, was that a Capitals record or is that a league record?
League.
That's a league record?
League.
Wow, that's amazing.
ASAP.
So they going to the Cup?
Yes.
Come on,
Maestro.
Maestro.
What you heard.
Maestro,
Capitals
stop.
Going to win
Can they
all
get
that
to
shit.
Can they get to the Eastern Conference Finals first?
We get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Now, what we do there, all right, but yeah, fuck that. We winning the whole thing this year, ASAP.
Okay,
Shout out to them Capitals, boy.
We'll
Ovechkin leading the league in power play goals and regular goals. Backstrom is number 5 in goals.
We gonna see.
The goalie putting in work. He had a saving percentage of 92.926.
I need that goalie to show up in the postseason.
Hey, we doing it this year. You heard what I said.
I need that goalie to show up.
You heard what I said, nigga. This year.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Hey, people, email us at barbershopsportstalk1@gmail.com for any questions or comments. So I'm Trey Frazier. That's Maestro Styles. We out of here. We'll talk at you next week.
What is ID Life? Well, over the last 18 years, a group of scientists and doctors have been working on the development of a one-of-a-kind nutritional supplement program that takes all the guesswork out of what you need and delivers your truly personalized pharmaceutical-grade nutrition with your name on it directly to your door. Through the integration of thousands of medical and scientific studies, answers you provide to the free assessment, and more than 5,470 algorithms that process the data, ID Nutrition recommends what you need, leaves out what you don't, and blocks things known to the system that have possible adverse effects based on the answers you provide. The result is a program that is revolutionizing the health and wellness industry. Welcome to ID Life. For more information, just go to thedougstewartshow.idlife.com. That's thedougstewartshow.idlife.com. Do you have your own radio show? Are you an artist or a DJ? BB Mobile Apps is the solution for you. They specialize in creating mobile apps for entertainers. That's right. You can have your own mobile app where your followers can hear your shows or music, watch your videos, and view all your social networks in one place. You can even make money with banner ads and send push notifications directly to your audience to make sure they get your messages. Everyone has their phones on them, right? A mobile app will add credibility to your brand because your content will be accessible to them while they're on the go. BV Mobile Apps also makes apps for bloggers, actors, and producers. The process only takes about 20 minutes. Just go to bvmobileapps.com and click Get Started Now. That's bvmobileapps.com and tell them the Doug Stewart Show sent you.
At Ticket Liquidator, we believe you should have access to the experiences you want to be a part of. Since 2003, Ticket Liquidator has been connecting buyers and sellers with the most sought-after and often sold-out events across the country. Ticket Liquidator's nationwide network gives you access to one of the largest online inventories of sports, theater, and concert tickets with prices lower than most companies in other markets. And our security policies are solid, so you can buy with absolute confidence. More tickets, better service, and lower prices, so you can witness the best entertainment, culture, and sports events worldwide. At Ticket Liquidator, we know that seeing a legend bring down the house or watching your team win the championship is about more than a ticket. It's about being there. For all your sports and entertainment ticket needs, call us at 855-638-3034. Again, that's 855-638-3034.
I'd like to welcome everybody to the Grizz. And of course, I'm your host, Rashad Grismore. I have a fun and a very exciting show for you today. Mike Krzyzewski. Can anybody please tell me, why is Mike Krzyzewski, why has he been coaching the Olympic team for so many years? Can somebody please tell me that? And then I'm hearing reports about him wanting to coach it again. I truly don't understand it. Terrell Owens feels disrespected about not getting into the Hall of Fame. Wah, T.O. Here's the thing. You went out there on the football field and you act like you was a fool. And here's the thing. I don't feel sorry for Terrell Owens. He sat there, he went out on the football field, and he acted as if he didn't have any kind of sense. And guess what? Because he did that, and then he was a nuisance in the locker room, the Hall of Fame voters was like, no, you're not getting in on the first try. So I have to talk about that. And then this is to my brothers out there, thick women. What does this all mean, thick women? What does that mean? But what I want you to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy me, and let's get it. Thank you, everyone out there, for tuning in to me, the Grizz, however it is that you are tuning in. So today is a good day, but yesterday was an even better day. So I'm driving down the street. As I was driving down the street, I saw $1.99 gas. $1.99. What? Are you serious? $1.99. Now, for those of you who are not from California, you're probably saying to yourself, okay, so what? It's $1.99. You know, I'm here in Atlanta, or I'm here in Wisconsin or South Carolina, where gas is about $1.76. Here in California, I can't tell you the last time that I've seen gas at $1.99. Now, I'm 31 years old. I've been driving since I was 18. Since that time, I haven't seen gas at $1.99. I haven't seen it. That's just me. I thought that I would not have ever seen the day that gasoline would be $1.99. Just like I would be shocked to see another dominant center in the NBA. That's how shocked I am that $1.99 for gas. Now, granted, it is Arco. Now, we all know Arco gas is the cheap gas, but $1.99. See, out here in California, they got something called they change the gasoline depending on the season. So you have your winter gasoline, and then you have your summer gasoline. Now, they say that this type of bill was in the when we voted. Now, I didn't see that. I think that they just said that just to pass a law so they can make more money, because I didn't see it. And I vote. But I'm just so happy to know $1.99. The last time I saw $1 for gasoline was when the war started with Bush and how he started the war overseas. I think what was the gas? I think it was 45 cents, 50 cents. And I remember I was in high school. I was going to Linwood High School. And I told my mama, I said, Mama, do you see the gasoline? I said, Mama, you don't got to get the cheap stuff no more. You don't got to get the 87, because we all know that 87, that's the cheap stuff, right? That's unleaded gas. I said, Mama, you could get the 89 gasoline. My mama was like, nah, I can't do that. My car might not ever start again if I put that good gas up in there. And so, that was the last time I had ever seen $1 for gasoline. You gotta think. Back in the day, people had to wait in line for gasoline. I remember growing up when gasoline was $1.68, and people were saying, "Oh, that's entirely too much. That's entirely too much." As I become an older adult, I start seeing prices $5. $5 for gasoline? Are you stupid? Like, seriously, I don't understand it. And here's the thing about here in California. We have a lot of individuals who work with gasoline. What's the word that I'm trying to come up with? Like, what's that? Downey? No, not Downey. Like, the borderline of Downey and Southgate. There's a place where it's like an Arco station, and it's a bunch of gas, and I can't think of the word that I'm trying to say, but there's a place, and it's a plant full of these big reservoirs filled with Arco gas. You trying to tell me that y'all gonna charge $5 and there's gas right there? Are you serious? Are you serious? I just don't get it. They're around here, they trying to beat us out of our money. I'm so happy that the American people here in California have cheap gas. Do you think I care that the honchos of the oil companies are not making any money anymore? No, I'm not. I don't care that they're not making any money. $5 for gasoline? $5? Come on now. So when I saw $1.99, I'm like, what? $1.99. You got to think, out here in California, everything is expensive. Everything. Rent, and then on top of that, you have some people out here in California, they spend so much money on gas that they don't have enough money to do pretty much nothing. So yeah, it's just ridiculous. But yeah, let me go on and let me get started. The San Francisco 49ers general manager Trent Baalke said Wednesday that quarterback Colin Kaepernick will be on the team's roster on April 1st when his $11.9 million base salary for 2016 becomes fully guaranteed. Baalke made the announcement at the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis. Baalke was asked how the dual threat quarterback might fit in Chip Kelly's fast-paced offense. He said, quote, I think if you look at the quarterback that coach has had, he hasn't had a bunch of guys that can run. He's been able to put together some pretty good offenses with guys that aren't able to run. You get an extra advantage of having a quarterback that can run. So I think if you talk to any coordinator, they're going to take that as a positive, but it is not a necessity. See, this is what I don't understand. And I've said this about 49ers brass and when Jim Harbaugh was here. I don't understand what Colin Kaepernick has done. Like, seriously, I don't understand it. I don't know if he has put a spell on the San Francisco 49ers. You know, there was a song by, what was that? Who was that? Blue Magic, the one that said, so let the sideshow begin. That song, okay. So that same group came out with this song, and I'm going to sing the song for you. And it's a reflection of Colin Kaepernick and the San Francisco 49ers. I can't sing, but I'm going to try to convey what I'm trying to say. What's come over me? No, that's not. No. I can't think of the song, but I'll think of the song in a minute. But, you know, when I think about the San Francisco 49ers, it just pisses me off. Seriously, it pisses me off. It pisses me off that the San Francisco 49ers is stuck on stupid when it comes to Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick is a bum. He's a straight up bum. And for those of you on Spreaker, know exactly how I feel about Mr. Bum Status himself, Colin Kaepernick. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to recite a bunch of statistical evidence as to why I feel the way in which I feel, but one. And this one stat is going to prove to you how much of a bum he is. I've said it before myself that he needs to be one of those greeters at Walmart. Like, I was at Walmart and you take out your receipt and they have, what's that? The yellow marker, and, you know, they do the little thing on the slip. That should be Colin Kaepernick. When we're talking about him playing quarterback, he's a bum. This guy, not last year, but the year before that, when he started all the football games, he didn't throw not one fourth quarter touchdown. Not one. You're a quarterback. Your job is to sit there and throw the ball to your wide receivers. Make guys better. So yes, he's a bum. Get that bum out of here. I don't understand Trent Baalke. And the song is, who must have put us? I still can't think of the song. I'm going to have to play the song so you can understand exactly what I'm saying. But yeah, what a straight up bum. What a bum. Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how people can sit there, and I've heard people try to stick up for Colin Kaepernick. How can anybody sit there and be like, oh, Colin Kaepernick, he's a competent quarterback? How can anybody sit there and do that? I just don't understand it. He didn't throw not one fourth quarter touchdown. That was more, to me, egregious than you have somebody like Alex Smith a few years ago. I think it was the same year that Colin Kaepernick didn't throw a fourth quarter touchdown to not one player. To me, when Alex Smith didn't throw a touchdown to a wide receiver, I'm like, okay, yeah, He didn't throw a touchdown to a wide receiver, but at least he threw a touchdown. But this bum didn't even throw a touchdown to nobody. The art of the quarterback position is to throw the ball down the field. This dude's a bum. And then to hear reports about him, messing with his teammates' girl and stuff like that, he's not a leader. I keep telling everybody he's not a leader. This dude wants to be cool. Some people call it swag. I call it, you're a loser. You're a bum. You're a bum. Now, here's the thing. See, one thing that I respect about Cam Newton, and I'm going to hold firm to what I said about Cam Newton. I feel that, all of the celebrating was uncalled for, and I'll stick firm to that. I'm not going to back down. He got exactly what he deserved when the media was on his behind. I stick to that. But one thing that I respect about him, Cam Newton, he wanted to become great. So what he did was, I have to be able to throw from the pocket. I have to be able to throw from the pocket. That's something that I have to do. If I don't do anything else, I have to learn how to throw from the pocket. And when you sit there and you look at somebody like a Colin Kaepernick, it's like, dude, this dude, he cares more about his freaking tattoos than the art of the quarterback position. The quarterback position is to throw the ball down the field. You didn't even hear Trent Baalke say anything about him being a competent thrower from the pocket. The dude didn't throw not one fourth quarter touchdown. I don't have to say anything else, but the dude didn't throw not one fourth quarter touchdown. I can say that Cam Newton progressively got better. And I can't even sit there and say that it was Cam Newton's fault that they didn't win that game. Cam Newton just didn't have help. But remember this, people. In that Super Bowl, when they went up against that Ravens team, he didn't even give Michael Crabtree a chance to even catch the ball. And then hold up. And I know I said it a lot of times, but I want y'all to get this. Remember when they went up against LOB? It was first down. The Niners was going down to score. They had a bunch of downs to go. And then what this bum do? He throw the ball to Michael Crabtree, who was guarded by the best cornerback in the game. Come on. And then we all know what happened after that. Richard Sherman was turned into like some kind of mythological god because of this bum? Come on. I remember Vernon Davis being wide open. But you got people out there saying, oh, he runs a 4.5. I'm here to tell you, I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about, oh, this guy runs a 4.5 or 4.3, especially being a quarterback. Here's the thing when it comes to, for me, when it comes to a quarterback. I don't care if my quarterback runs a 5 flat. My whole thing is, does he have pocket presence? Is he a smart individual? Can he throw with accuracy and precision? Can he conceptualize an offense? That's what I want to know. I don't care about your 40 time. That doesn't mean anything to me. You look at Tom Brady. Tom Brady is slow as molasses. We saw that in the postseason. I don't care about that. But then you got this bum. It's crazy. And the song is called I'm going to sing it. I got it now. I got it down packed now. You must have put a spell on my mind. You must have put a spell on my mind. That's it. That's all I'm going to give you. That's the 49ers. Colin Kaepernick put a spell on the San Francisco 49ers. That's what Colin Kaepernick did. He put a spell on the San Francisco 49ers. What a bum. And if you want to know why I feel this way, and for those of you who have heard me on Spreaker, I've told you how I feel about my Niners. But for those of you who are new to me, the San Francisco 49ers, that was the first team that I ever saw, like, knowingly saw play any sport. Now, I'm a diehard Laker fan, even though the Lakers got dogged out yesterday, and I'll talk about that. Oh man, they're just awful. They're just awful. But I remember watching the San Francisco 49ers, and I believe I was about 2 years old, and they was in the Super Bowl against the Cincinnati Bengals, and I just fell in love with the San Francisco 49ers. So for me, this is personal. Trent Baalke, he needs to go. Trent Baalke is a bum too. Trent Baalke doesn't know anything about offensive pieces. Yes, he's a good defensive when it comes to defense. He can draft defensive players, but when it comes to offensive players, Colin Kaepernick, that's all you got to know. AJ Green, come on, bums. Colin Kaepernick is a bum. I don't care what nobody say, bum status. He's a straight up bum. You can get mad with me all you want. It's the truth. The dude didn't throw not one fourth quarter touchdown. Not one. He didn't even get lucky like, oops. I threw a fourth quarter touchdown. Didn't make anybody better. And then some people might say, well, he had a winning record. Yeah, you would have a winning record too if you got Navarro Bowman. Yeah. Arden Smith, when he wasn't on that stuff. Yeah, you would too. You would have the same exact thing. You would have that too. Patrick Willis, you would sit there, you would have the same exact thing. Justin Smith, yeah, you would have the same exact thing. But when they needed that bum to make a play in the Super Bowl, did he do it? No. What happened when he went up against Seattle? Did he make the play? No. Richard Sherman made a play. Come on, people. This dude's a bum. I don't understand it. Now I know I'm going to see people say, oh, well, Colin Kaepernick, he can play and he runs a 4.4. So what? Who cares about that? I don't care about that. When it comes to the combine, I don't even care about the 40. I don't care. Jerry Rice didn't have the most exceptional 40 time. Look how great he was. Richard Sherman didn't have the greatest 40 time. Look how great of a player he is. Who cares about the 40 time? Who cares? I don't care about that. My thing is, and I'm going to talk about this on the next segment, about why the combine for me, it doesn't mean anything. That's just for me. Some people, they might put all their eggs into one basket, but for me, the combine, it doesn't really mean too much, if anything. I'm the type of person, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to watch the game and I'm going to trust what my eyes tell me. If my eyes say, nah, that guy ain't all that good, then I'm going to go with my eyes. But yes, I gotta take a break because it feels like I'm getting ready to have a couple of light strokes, and we'll be back. We're back, and this is the Grizz. So I was talking about the oil, and what I was thinking about, it was called not reservoirs. It was called refineries. Yes, here in California, we have a lot of refineries, and, I just couldn't think of it, and now I have, but I know you understood exactly what I was talking about. So, yes, the NFL Combine is getting ready to come on Friday. And, watching the NFL Combine, you see this guy, he's projected to go this high, and then you see him work out, and then people are just gawking over this individual, like Ndamukong Suh, like, oh my God, he's just so great. I would say that Ndamukong Suh has been decent. He's been good, not great. He's no J.J. Watt. He's not no J.J. Watt. He's not on that level. I feel that, when it comes to his on-the-field antics, as far as him being dirty, it outweighs his productivity on the football field. That's not good. But everybody was going crazy over Ndamukong Suh. My thing is, you have to trust the film. You have to trust the film. I remember growing up, and I remember watching Tom Brady play at the University of Michigan. I remember that like it was yesterday. And I remember I was going to Bret Hart junior high school, and I remember telling my boys, we was talking about the best quarterbacks. I said, hey, y'all, the best quarterback in the draft is Tom Brady. And they sit there and they shoe flied me. I'm like, dude, I sit there and I watch this guy play football. This guy is highly accurate with the football. Now, this guy fell to the 6th round. All of the general managers who needed a quarterback and didn't take Tom Brady, all of those guys should have been fired. They should no longer be able to evaluate talent in the National Football League. They need to be coaching JV football somewhere, or probably in the Snoop Dogg League somewhere. They don't need to be a part of the National Football League. So what I'm here to tell you is that when you sit there and you watch the Combine, or you watch NFL, not NFL, but the NFL Network, or you watch Sports Center, remember this. You're going to see some times that's going to blow your mind. What I would tell you to do is watch, if you watch college football, watch the film. If you know a particular player and then his stats, it leap out at you, go and watch the film. Remember what you saw. Don't let the numbers deter you from knowing what you know is right. No, don't do that. If you know that this guy can't play and he wasn't all that good, don't sit there and let the numbers. And when they say the interviewing process, it just blew us away, like E.J. Manuel. They sit there and said, excuse me. They sit there and said about E.J. Manuel, oh, E.J. Manuel, he's a good kid. He's this and he's that. The interviewing process was great. And I'm like, hold up. I sit there and I saw this dude play at the University of Florida State. He wasn't all that good. Now, if he wasn't dominant at the University of Florida State, what makes me think that he's going to go to the National Football League and be dominant? It don't work like that. I'm sorry. You have to dominate. See, that's one thing that I saw when I saw Tom Brady play. I remember when I saw Tom Brady play against Sean Alexander in the Crimson Tide in the Orange Bowl with David Terrell. Tom Brady balled that game. I was like, that dude right there is a stud, on top of the games that I saw him play before then, because I used to be a Michigan fan. Yes, I used to be a Michigan fan. I changed. I went from being a Michigan fan to dun 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 dun. I wind up being a USC fan. Now, for those of you who might call me a bandwagon fan, it's okay. It's okay. Why? I always felt that I can change teams when it comes to college. But when it comes to professional sports, see, I don't do that. That's why I'm so upset with the San Francisco 49ers and Trent Baalke by giving that bum Colin Kaepernick all of that money. You must have put a spell on my mind. done. That's Colin Kaepernick. He put a spell on the San Francisco 49ers, I'm telling you. But let me go back to the lecture at hand. The combine. Don't let ESPN and the NFL Network say, oh, this guy's going to be this and this guy's going to be that. No. Remember what you saw when you saw these guys play. Remember that. Don't let these guys hype you up and say, oh, this guy 40 time is this and this guy 40 time is going to be that. No. My whole thing is do something. I'd rather see something that simulates football. See, in the NFL, you don't run 40 yards. You don't do it. Not often. No, because there are guys in front of you. So you're not going to have too many times where there's nothing but field in front of you. I want to see some kind of simulation. I want to see bodies on the field, and then we'll be able to get a better indication of how good the guy really is. Now, here's the thing. Now, what the combine does do, the only thing that it does do is that it puts a stamp of approval on a guy who you feel is one of the better prospects that you've seen in college football throughout the year. And then you sit there and then you see him with his numbers and you say, okay, the numbers from the combine and then his level of productivity on the football field, they married each other. Now that's where everything comes into play. But don't sit there and say, okay, this guy struggled on the football field and then all of a sudden he's a workout warrior. Nah, he has the numbers, but what did he do on the football field? See, one thing that I love about boxing, and I'm going to talk about boxing a little later on in the show. I'm going to talk about Floyd Mayweather Jr. But one thing that I love about what my coach does, every drill that we do, it simulates boxing. When you watch the combine, the broad jump, that doesn't simulate football. It doesn't do it. The 40-yard dash, that doesn't simulate football. It doesn't. To see how far a guy jumps. I mean, come on, seriously? You're not going to do that in the National Football League. That doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. So the only thing I'm saying is just watch, know what you're watching, know what you have watched in the past, and you'll be okay. Trust what your eyes tell you. That's all I'm saying. USA basketball chairman Jerry Colangelo and Duke Blue Devil coach Mike Krzyzewski stressed Thursday night that they fully expect Krzyzewski to coach at the Rio Olympics this summer despite recent speculation to the contrary. Here's my thing about that. I really don't understand why Mike Krzyzewski has to be the coach of the Olympic team. I really don't understand it. This dude doesn't even coach in the NBA. Am I the only person like you got this big fat elephant in the room and it's pink and it's making all these sounds and ain't nobody saying nothing? Like, am I the only person that feel this way? I can't. This dude doesn't even coach NBA players. And then all of a sudden, he is able to coach the best players in the world and then be congratulated for it. And then when he retires, they're going to have some old poor soul out there going to sit there and say, oh, Mike Krzyzewski is the greatest coach to ever live. Like, what? That's something that Dick Vitale will say. Oh, he's a diaper dandy, baby. He sat there and he won these national championships. And, oh, he was an Olympian coach. He coached the Dream Team to 2 championships. What a diaper dandy, baby. Stop it. Go sit down. Go sit over there, Dick Vitale. That's something that he would say. No. Why is it that he gets a chance to coach? I don't get it. When it was time for him to coach the Lakers, what did he do? He reneged on it. He didn't want no parts of that. He didn't want it. But then all of a sudden, he gets a chance to coach the best players in the world. No, it don't work like that. I don't get it. And then who in the hell is Jerry Colangelo? What has he ever done? Seriously, people, am I the only one that feels this way? I can't be the only one that feels this way. Please. What has Jerry Colangelo done? What championships has he won to be able to be in this position? What has he done? He hasn't won anything. I don't get it. Seriously, I don't get it. He hasn't won absolutely anything. Nothing. But then all of a sudden, you're trying to tell me that he gets a chance to coach the best players in the game? No. That don't make no sense to me. It doesn't. And then, hold up. When you look at the players that came from Duke, they have pretty much been flops. Think about it. Think about all of the players that have came from Mike Krzyzewski. What have they done in the NBA? Nothing. So what does he really know about talent? One thing that I can say about Dean Smith to me is not, when it comes to the greatest coaches of all time, I would never ever say that Dean Smith, top 5 coach of all time in college basketball. I would never say that. But one thing that I will say, when it came to recruiting players and the evaluation of talent, I would say he is the greatest coach, period. Just think about some of the players that have gone to the University of North Carolina. I don't even have to mention them, but Michael Jeffrey Jordan. The list goes on and on and on. But when you sit there and you look at Mike Krzyzewski, what, Kyrie Irving? That's all you got? Okay, I'll give you Grant Hill. Grant Hill was really, really good. He was on his way to being a great player. Injuries derailed him. But that happens pretty much, that can happen to anybody. So what has he done to be able to be in this position to coach these types of players? I'm sorry. He doesn't, to me, he hasn't earned it. Now, for me, individuals that should be in a position to coach that type of talent, let me see. Greg Popovich, that's number one. I think he's highly disrespected. Come on now, Greg Popovich, one of the greatest coaches that the game has ever seen. You trying to tell me that he can't sit there and he can't coach? Come on now. He's better than Mike Krzyzewski. There's no way that any coach from the college ranks should ever be in the same breath as an NBA coach, and that's including the Wizard of Westwood. He should never ever be compared to any coach in the National Basketball Association. Not one. Who else do we have out there? Rick Carlisle. Why haven't I seen Rick Carlisle? Why he's not there? You trying to tell me a Doc Rivers can't be there? You trying to tell me that Mike Krzyzewski? And don't get me wrong. I hate Duke with a passion. But one thing that I have to say about Duke and about Mike Krzyzewski, I understand why players want to play for him. I get it. For me, when I look at Mike Krzyzewski, he's class personified. I remember when he was put out maybe in the Sweet 16 or maybe the Land of 32, and the team that beat him, he congratulated those guys. When I saw that, I had a different respect for Mike Krzyzewski. I had a totally different respect for him. But at the end of the day, that don't mean nothing to me. It don't mean nothing to me. At the end of the day, he doesn't belong on the same floor as NBA players. That's just for me. But coming up on the Grizz, Terrell Owens feels disrespected. Who cares? And I want players to be angry, frustrated. This is what Kurt Rambis said next here on the Grizz.
Limousine, hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, rap attack, Mr. Magic Molly Mall. I let my tape rock till my tape pop. Smoking weed and bamboo, sipping on private stock. Way back when I had the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. Remember rapping Duke? The hard, you never thought that hip-hop would take it this far. Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. Born killer, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? East of Raw G, Brucey B, Kid Capri. Funk Master Flex, Love Bug, Star Ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call a crib, same number, same hood. It's all good. And if you don't know, now you know. another black male misunderstood. And it's still all good. And if you don't know, now you know.
We're back, and this is the Grizz. Knicks coach Kurt Rambis wants players to be angry and frustrated. Here's the thing about the Knicks. They're going to continue to be angry and frustrated simply because Phil Jackson does not know what he's doing. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's doing. And I said this before. The Knicks have Sasha Vujacic on their team. That's all I need to say. Sasha Vujacic. Phil Jackson put him on the team. Phil Jackson hired Derek Fisher. So yes, players, you're going to continue to be angry. Not angry in a good way. Angry because you suck, and you know you suck because upper management does not know what they're doing. And then people out there saying, well, I feel sorry for Carmelo Anthony. Not me. Why should I feel sorry for Carmelo Anthony? Why? Somebody please tell me. This guy, he pretty much came out and said, hey, I'm all about the money. So now you all about the money. That's cool. Be about your paper. Be about it. But then don't sit there and cry when things go awry. Nah, it don't work like that. You got what you deserve. You got exactly what you deserve. You sitting there, you wanted to leave Denver for, your hometown. You got what you asked for. You thought that the grass was greener on the other side, and you found out, sorry, it wasn't like that, huh? Nah, stop it. Seriously, stop it. Now, in the black community, and I got to talk about this. In the black community, we brothers, we love a woman who is thick. We love the woman who has the Coca-Cola body. We love it, fellas, don't we? Yeah, we love, well, most of us love that. We love the woman who, like, what Sir Mix-a-Lot says, baby got back. We love that. Now, model Barbara Pelvin took to Twitter to respond to people who criticize her weight after she shared a picture of herself in a bikini. Quote, whoa, I got some nasty comments about me being fat. Well, I'm not skinny as I was when I was 18, but I don't consider myself to be fat. Now, I sit there and I saw the picture, and I'm here to tell you that's some white people stuff. Seriously, that's some white people stuff. Because we brothers, we don't look at it like that. We see, like, it's a cultural difference. It's been documented. We've seen things where white men, they like women who have big breasts. We brothers, we like a woman who has a fat ass. That's just how it is, and there's nothing wrong with that. I remember when I was going to Cal State Fullerton University, and I was talking to one of my friends or an acquaintance who so happens to be white, and, we seen different cultures of women, and I was like, man, she was a black chick, black woman. I said, man, she thick. He was like, what? Nah, she ain't thick, she's fat. And I looked at him like, what? Man, do you see the curves on that woman, man? What is you talking about, man? She is thick. No, she's fat. And then I said, okay, if she's fat, then what do you consider skinny? And then he showed me what he thought was like or thick rather. And it was a girl who was like a size 3. That's what he considered thick. Now, we brothers, we look at a woman, let's say like Trina, the rapper. That's thick. That's thick right there. We like women like that. And then, it's like this new phenomenon now. Thickness. I remember when J-Lo came out, and everybody like, oh, J-Lo got, she got all this ass and this and this and that. And I'm saying to myself, man, I see women like that walking down the street every day on my block. I don't know what they talking about. They making it seem like it's a new phenomenon. That ain't no new phenomenon. You see women like that walking down the street all the time. And then everybody talking about Kim Kardashian, she got all this behind. I'm like, man, y'all didn't hear me. Man, we see stuff like that walking down the street all the time. Brothers out there, how many times have you saw a woman who looked like a Googa monster, a wildebeest, a gorgon of a woman? Ugly, right? But then you saw that ass and you was like, man, I want her. Now, this is an adult show, so I want people out there to be adults about the situation. You got some brothers out there that will be with a woman strictly because she got some back, or she thick, or she got body. Like, yeah, she ugly, but man, she got body. She look like a Googa monster. She look like a wildebeest, but she got body. That's the difference between white and black. They like women with big breasts. What we think is thick, they consider fat. And what we consider skinny or you need to eat, they consider that to be thick. So it's just a difference in culture. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's nothing wrong with it. Now, don't get me wrong. You got some white boys out there, some white individuals who love women that have a fat ass. Now, they probably have been around us brothers, but it's just a difference in culture, and there's nothing wrong with it. It really isn't. At the end of the day, looks are in the eyes of the beholder. And that's just how it is. But coming up on the Grizz, Tony Romo. Somebody please tell me, Romo, why are you telling? Stop telling. Stop snitching, Romo. Next here on the Grizz. We're back, and this is the Grizz, and I want to thank you again for tuning in to me. Whether you like the show or you completely find it to be trash or indifferent, but I do want you to go to my Twitter account. It's called Rashad Grismore at the Grizz 1996. So, you can go there. I have different shows that's posted on my Twitter account that's not on the Spreaker network. Now, Tony Romo, he's upset with the NFL. He's going to file a lawsuit, and the lawsuit has Rob Gronkowski's name in it. Now, we all know that Rob Gronkowski, he had a party on a boat, so I want to read exactly what the lawsuit states. The NFL player Rob Gronkowski hosted a party cruise from Miami to the Bahamas on February 19th through the 22nd, 2016. The 4-day party took place on Norwegian cruise line where Gronkowski's fans and attendants can take full advantage of Norwegian's famed casinos at sea. Photos from the Booze Cruise show fans gambling at the on-board casino. The NFL specifically knew about the party cruise and its ties to gambling for more than 7 months leading up to the event. Yet the NFL took no action to either discipline Rob Gronkowski or prevent the event from taking place. Now, we all know what Romo was doing. Tony Romo, he's snitching. And we do not like what? We don't like snitches. I remember growing up, I was in the 4th grade in Mr. Conway class at Barrett Elementary, and it was this girl in the class, and she was always telling. You know what we did to her? Well, besides the fact that the girls, they dealt with her in the way in which girls deal with other girls, we used to throw stuff at her. When she would leave the class, we would sit there and hide her books. You know, we were just evil. Why? Because she was around there telling. Now, I understand that Romo, he has his fantasy convention, and, it's a convention center that is connected to a Venetian in Las Vegas, and he's mad because he got caught red-handed by the National Football Association, and then Rob Gronkowski, he got away with it. But you don't go around and you don't start telling. You don't start snitching. You just don't do stuff like that. That's just my opinion. You just don't do that. You don't start snitching. And I don't like snitches. I just don't like it. Tony Romo, you need to stop it. Seriously, you need to stop it. Now, I usually don't talk about this on my show because it's really not a good for ratings. It really doesn't do good with the ratings. But that's one of the reasons why I like this individual. But then also, I don't like this individual. Floyd Mayweather Jr., he turned 39 yesterday. And, I was on a few websites, and it was talking about Floyd Mayweather, runner or boxing genius, and as a question mark. Here's my thing about that. About where does Floyd Mayweather rank as one of the all-time greatest fighters of all time? Now, for those of you who are new to the Spreaker network, I do box. I box. You probably would want to know, okay, what is your style? Okay, my style is more like Muhammad Ali. I float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That's my style. But then also, I can box like Joe Louis, or I can box like Jersey Joe Walcott, or Ezra Charles, or Archie Moore. Those are the guys that I try to model my game after. Yes, those guys are old school fighters, but those guys right there, they could crack, they had mad skills. And they also fought the best competition that the game has ever seen. So when I look at Floyd Mayweather for me, as far as a top tier type fighter, if I say top 25 of all time, he doesn't make my list. He really doesn't. And for those of you out there who are new to boxing, you probably think, okay, well, Floyd Mayweather, he's the greatest fighter that ever lived. And I'm here to tell you, hell no. Hell no. He's not even close. And see, this is what happens where you have a different style come into the light, and then people really don't know their history. Just like with Golden State, people think that type of basketball really, really wins. And as of right now, it wins. But if you put a dominant big man in the game, they don't sit there and they don't win like that. Why? Because you're 5 feet from the basket and you're just like a Steph Curry, except you're Akeem Olajuwon, or you're Shaquille O'Neal, or you're Moses Malone, or you're Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You're the same. It's just, the only difference is that you're not shooting 3-point shots. So when you have some of these new guys, the new fans, and they really don't know anything, they're ignorant to the game, they don't know anything, and they think they do, this is what they get. They think that Golden State is the greatest thing since sliced bread. They think Floyd Mayweather Jr. is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I'm here to tell you that he's not. He's not. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad that I'm able to even talk boxing because it's really not all that popular. But anytime I get a chance to really bestow some knowledge, because I'm the boxing guru. I'm different than Max Kellerman. No disrespect to him. No disrespect to Jim Lampley. No disrespect to Dan Rayfield. No disrespect to any of those guys. Those guys, they do boxing a service. But here's the difference between me and them. I actually do it. So I actually know exactly what it feels like to get hit. They don't. And then on top of that, I know the history of the game. I know that if Floyd Mayweather, if he was fighting, say, the 50s or the 40s, he would not have been undefeated. He got a lot of his wins, especially at the welterweight division, fighting Latin fighters, fighting guys who really predicated to his style of offense or his style of defense. Fought guys that were straight ahead. He didn't fight anybody who can slip punches, roll, boom, come up with the left hook. He didn't fight anybody like that. Or somebody who can sit there, throw a right hand and slip at the same time. Throw a jab and be able to slip at the same time. He doesn't know what that feels like. He doesn't. He doesn't know what it feels like to fight a guy that's on his same level. And then he goes around and then he says, oh, I'm TBE. What? How in the hell are you TBE? Who have you fought? Manny Pacquiao? Are you serious? And that's where I really lost a lot of respect for him. He was running in the fight. For those of you who say that's ring generalship, you don't know what you're talking about. If you want to see some real boxing, you go and you watch Ezzard Charles. You go and watch Josie Joe Walcott or even Muhammad Ali. You go watch some Sugar Ray Leonard. You go watch those guys. And then you tell me about somebody running. Those guys didn't run. They didn't. Floyd Mayweather, when he shoulder roll, he's not even shoulder rolling right. He's not. Now you probably saying, well, Grizz, you don't know what you're talking about. That's a lie. That's a lie. I come from the bosom of Bill Slater, who trained Ken Norton, who beat Muhammad Ali. That's who my trainer, which is Chili Williams. You can go look him up on BoxRec. You ask James Toney about my coach. James Lights Out Toney. You go ask Michael Nunn about my trainer. And you ask them, was Chili Williams, was he the man? They gonna tell you, what? Charles Chili Williams? Oh, that guy right there was nothing nice. That's my coach. And he taught me how to shoulder roll. Floyd Mayweather, he doesn't even shoulder roll right. He doesn't know how to slip punches. And you got everybody out there want to be a Mayweather clone. And that's what you have in the NBA. Now everybody wants to try to sit there and play like Golden State. How you going to sit there and play like them? And they're the ones who are the best at it. They have all the skills. And you got all these fighters out there. They want to sit there and they want to be like Floyd Mayweather and get knocked out. You try to sit there, Mayweather try to sit there and throw a handful of punches against Sugar Ray Robinson or Charles Burley. He's going to get knocked out. Seriously. He's going to get knocked out. So when he makes the claim about being TBE, that's a joke, people. That's a joke. What top 50 fighter has Floyd Mayweather Jr. ever fought? And then he tries to sit there and disrespect Muhammad Ali and Joe Louis by saying, oh, well, they lost fights. What? Muhammad Ali, yeah, he lost some fights, but that's because he was fighting other killers. What killer did you have to fight? We saw what happened when he went up against Manny Pacquiao. He was scared. Even his daddy said, man, you fight like you scared. That's because he was scared. He didn't even put together a 2 or 3 punch combination. I think he did that maybe once, maybe twice. Maybe twice. And then he's sitting up there talking about he's the greatest of all time, TBE. And then try to sit there and disrespect Muhammad Ali. What? What? Ali? Ali who sit there and fought the creme de la creme, didn't duck anybody. And then Mayweather comes out and say people want him to fight Triple G and then go up to super middleweight. That's 168. I don't want to see that. My thing is, when you going to fight some of these young, hungry lions that are out there? Because he didn't want to do it. You got a Sean Porter out there. He could have fought him. He could have fought a Kell Brooks. He could have fought a Keith One-Time Thurman. These guys was out there for him to fight, and he didn't want it. He didn't want that. He wanted to preserve his undefeated streak. And I'm here to tell you, Rocky Marciano, if we compare the two, Rocky Marciano fought better competition than he did. At least he sit there and he fought a Archie Moore, knocked him out, knocked out a Ezra Charles, knocked out a Jersey Joe Walcott. He knocked those guys out, knocked out a Joe Louis. I'm still mad at him for knocking out old Joe Louis. I ain't like that. You know, Joe Louis is one of my favorite athletes of all time. But, yeah, man, he's a joke. Seriously. Mayweather, if you listen to him and he talking about TBE, you laugh at him. But, man, I'm kind of tired. Seriously, I'm sweating. I thank you all for listening to me, the Grizz. I love y'all, and I'm out.